Actually, a couple of these in Brood War. We'll find out in a minute, Darker.
Executor, our sensors have just identified a large group of Terran vessels. However, their configuration profile is unlike any Terran group yet encountered. We are receiving a transmission from the fleet's command ship, identifying itself as the Alexander.
Ropas Commander, I am Admiral Alexei Stukov of the United Earth Directorate. We are here to take control of the Terran Dominion and all of its outlying colonies. You are in direct violation of Terran space and have openly attacked Terran troops. Lower your shields and power down your weapon systems. The UED will be taking custody of your ships and whatever spoils you have garnered from this planet.
United Earth Directorate. Raynar spoke of the distant Terran homeworld called Earth. These humans have come a long way to make war on us.
Have faith, Zeratul. You almost sound as if you fear these humans. What are they to such as we? Was it not we who defeated the dreaded Overmind?
Yes, Artanis, we did vanquish the Overmind. But we did so with the help of humans. Do not be so quick to underestimate them.
Of course. Executor, I shall test the mettle of these humans by scouting ahead of your ships and finding a way through this blockade. Intaro Tassadar!
I should mention that even though they have actually confirmed that Artanis was the executor back in the vanilla Starcraft campaign, he doesn't really act like it. Ironically, Matt Horner works better in universe as the magistrate than Artanis does as the executor. Because if Artanis is the executor, then he would know that humans aren't crap because he worked alongside them like 4 times during the vanilla campaign. Anyways. So this mission is interesting.
Receiving input command, Jogon.
Yes, Executor.
So, we start off with a couple of nothings. This is a no build, by the way. And we get some scouts, which, as we all know, are the greatest unit in the entire known universe. We do start with some vision. Air defense, air defense, air defense, air defense, and also a landing zone. Okay, cool. But first...
Yes, Executor. State your will. Yes, Executor. Explain this odd behavior. Stop poking me. What do I look like? An orc? This is not Warcraft in space. It's much more sophisticated. I know it's not 3D. I am ready.
Anyways, that's actually one of my favorite pissed sounds. I've been looking forward to that for a bit. Alright, so... I mean, in all honesty, this completely blows Warcraft 2 out of the water. But, God, how many of you were there and remember the wild accusations that it was just Warcraft in space? That there was nothing special to it.
State your will.
You know, by idiots who had no idea what they were talking about.
Yes, Executor.
I long for combat. Initiated. Commencing. Confirmed.
No, that's the same dialogue, though. Same voice clip. Hi Evo, hi Eternus, hi Melkor, hi Loner, Hi, Twitter.
Executor, with the power generator destroyed, the missile turrets on this platform are no longer operational. However, we will need reinforcements to finish the job.
Reinforcements are en route now, young Templar.
Cool. So, like, 2 Dark Templars. Dragoon. That's great. I mean, I guess it's better than nothing. But yeah, this mission is such a weird misstep narratively that I'm honestly considering giving it a negative. It is here as a filler mission. The UED has nothing to do with anything here, and this is a crude way to introduce them. And when we later play as the UED later, they don't even mention this. This is just like, oh yeah, and we're here again. Like, if anything, this would make more sense if this mission happened after the UED campaign, which obviously it does not.
Make use of Nerasculio. Yes.
Alright, so next ingress. Let's get some scouting going on. This weekend? No, there's no way in hell, Melkor. We've still got Starcraft 2 to go. Brood Wars campaign is shorter than Vanilla's, but the missions tend to be longer. At least in part because they're so much meaner. And I know I keep saying that, but I swear it's true. Agreed, Loner. Okay, so this looks like our ingress point. I don't know if I agree with that, but thank you for saying it, Eternus.
Am I? Very well.
You... Here...
Yes, Executor.
Reading.
Yes, this is yet another no-build mission, of which we just love no-build missions. I do not know yet, Trihexia. We will see as we go.
Nerasculio. So be it. Not soon.
Not sure yet, Darkrai. We'll see. Wow. So, carriers and a worse zealot combined with one of the worst units in the game, Zactav. That sounds about right. We're about midway through the Protoss campaign of Brood War, Dark Day.
For iron.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, first of all, we've already played Sunshine, so that's not part of that block. Yeah, Sunshine did not hold up well. I was expecting to like Sunshine. I was wrong. I mean, it was still a net positive, I'm pretty sure, but... man. Rough.
Yes, Executor. Consider it done.
Yes.
Sunshine's yet another one of those games where if you don't play the whole game, it's a better game. You know my thoughts on that.
Very well. Nerasculio.
12. Sunshine got a 12. Oh, man. That's rough. I'm pretty sure 64 got better than that. And 64 didn't exactly turbo score either.
Direct my wrath. I concur. For hire.
Yep, 19 for Mario 64. That tracks. It's another game that gets better the less of it you play.
For hire. I concur. Consider it done.
The Mario game with the worst score? That's honestly a good question. If you asked me right now, I'd say it's going to be Mario 1, but I don't know. Direct my wrath. What? Tell me who must die. No, okay, so... Alright. No, that's fine, Darkrai. We're actually not playing Mario 64 for the 3D block. We're playing Mario 64 DS for the 3D block. Yes, Yura, we're into the Brood War. Yeah, I don't really have many memories of Mario 3D Land at all, even though I've 100%ed it. But I think that's just because I played 3D Land after I played 3D World.
Direct my wrath.
And I mean, that's gonna color the impression, right? Because 3D World is legit. Oh, like 40 minutes, something like that, Dark Day? What's funny is it was the second to last mission I ended up cheating in. But that was because I lost my hero unit and instantly lost the mission, and I didn't feel like replaying the entire mission. I stand behind that decision, by the way. I hate throwing up the cheat flag for Starcraft of all games, but screw losing that much of my life.
Reinforcements are en route now, young Templar.
Okay.
State your will. For ire. I concur. For ire. Yes, Executor.
No, I was planning to stream Mario 64 via the emulator that I legally have. Legally, with very legality. Very legal.
I'm waiting.
I've actually 100%ed Mario 64 DS, so I don't really feel the particular drive to 100% it this time around.
Make use of me.
But as usual, the goal with all of these is to do as much of the content as is possible, feasible, and reasonable. Exclamation mark BFR. No, we're still here, Dark Day. We're playing Celendus right now. I actually legitimately tend to enjoy... Did I say PFA? God damn it, I've been trying to get better about that. I actually enjoy 100%ing Mario games in general. And in fact, see you around, Mike Kamano. I do plan to try and 100% New Super Mario Brothers, which is the DS one, and New Super Mario Brothers 2, which is the 3DS one. And if you're wondering why, it's because, thanks to coincidence, I never have.
Receiving.
So that's kind of where that's coming from. I may or may not adhere to that, depending on how much of a pain that is. I don't want to bore you, after all.
Make use of me.
Okay, next one's over here, surrounded by hell. Don't worry, I won't 100% Mario Odyssey again. because I've already done that. And yes, I am proud of that. Thank you for asking. Think. Those are still active. I know those are still active. Alright, let's do this. I have never played the Twisted Metal series. I'm aware of it, but I never played it. Yeah, the UED no build mission, I agree, is a much better one than this one. This one is just kind of... I mean, it's literally a filler mission, as I already mentioned, but that's narratively. I could. Let's do 3, though. How long is this game? We will not beat it today. There's no way in hell we'll beat Brood War today. Not unless I actually start just pulling that cheat trigger more often. Starcraft 2 is an interesting example of a game, because while the missions are... Starcraft 2 is going to be longer of an experience, but more involved, if that makes any sense. In short, it'll probably be a lot less, you know, boring. Hope, fingers crossed. And see, now I'm doubting myself. Maybe it won't be less boring. You know, a lot less sending shuttles to go ferry units because shuttles can only carry 2 Dragoons at a time. Kind of problems. I'm actually still debating what I'm going to do with difficulty. What I'm leaning towards is going ahead and hitting... obviously, I want to show off casual, and I want to show off brutal, and I actually have a specific mission in mind, which I think is a really good showcase of the difference between the two. But I think I'm going to go through Wings of Liberty on normal for the sake of expediency, and then we'll go ahead and go through the other 2 on hard.
Transmitted commencing.
No, Darkrai. Each faction has what is intended to be a super unit. Whenever Legacy... Well, no, I guess we played a bunch of co-op campaigns back in the day, but it has been literal years since I played StarCraft 2, so I'm quite out of touch. I am very out of practice. I obviously still have some muscle memory because I keep trying to control this game like it's StarCraft 2, but... I don't remember which one that is, Eternus. I never really had time to go achievement hunting in StarCraft 2, even though I wanted to. So I never really have. Okay, that's a thing. I don't want it at all. Back off. God damn it. Oh, you're talking about those? No, there's nothing even remotely like that, Darkrai. Not even in the same category.
Yes.
No, there are built-in cheats, not that the game gets credit for them. Oh, yes, I do know the mission you're talking about, and I'm pretty sure I do have that achievement, Eternus.
Yes.
I am quite aware of how monetized Destiny 2 is. It sucks.
I am ready. I concur.
I don't know if it's the worst second worst monetized, because we know the worst monetized game ever. That's Diablo Immortal. But I don't know if Destiny is the second worst, because I've heard pretty bad things about World of Tanks. Like, people joke about, you know, having to pay per shot, but that's a real thing in World of Tanks. It has been for a while. It's fine, Venters. It's fine. Everything's fine.
So be it.
I have no idea, Melkor. No information. Yeah, Artanis is a scout for the time being. Good morning, Ventures.
I'm waiting. Input command.
Why didn't... Is he a good scout? Well, let's look at his stats. Spoilers, no, but... So Scout has 100, 150, 8, 28.
Yes, Executor.
He has 250, 250, 20, and 56. Okay, he's a little bit better at ground, but he is not that great of a hero unit. And there's a reason he's hanging back there. I swear to God, I'm never using a hero unit again in this game. After losing multiple... How many of the losses we've had during this run have been due to losing a frickin' hero unit? Spoilers, more than a few. I think it's been all of them. Good morning, Ross.
Very well.
I mean, honestly, Tychus is one of my favorite co-op commanders. That's all I'm going to say about StarCraft 2 hero unit design. Yeah, Zeratul's ridiculous. Hi, I hit for 100. Wong. Alright, then there's the Odin.
Yes, Executor. Direct my wrath.
Yes.
I am ready.
In all honesty, I wouldn't mind hero units if they weren't a loss condition.
State your...
I have actually given a separate negative just for the fact that hero units are a loss condition. Because I really feel like that is a huge misstep for the design of the mission. It completely de-invests you from actually using those units and creates binary difficulty.
Direct my wrath.
It's very pass-fail, which I'm never a fan of pass-fail when it comes to design.
Very well.
State your will. Direct my wrath.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Okay, where are we?
Nerasculio. So be it.
Inch, inch, inch.
Very well.
I don't remember if Age of Empires 1 had heroes. I know 2 does. I guess I could bring over the Dragoons.
So be it. Very
Having to use Dragoons. The ultimate insult. I would call it the Ultimarchon. I don't know, Ventures. Call it the hybrid. No,
Initiated. Mitoga. Initiated. Nerasculio. I am needed. Commencing. Mitoga. Awaiting instructions. Yes.
that should be enough of a window. Group up. We gotta thread the needle a little bit here. No, Sean, it definitely didn't. Hang on. Let me finish this particular salt. Also, go see what's up with that.
Very well. Awaiting instructions. Commencing. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Back off.
Reinforcements are en route now, young Templar. I'm waiting.
See the damn tank.
Honor dies raised.
Yeah, I decided I didn't have... I don't know. I did a bit of a rejiggering of Lore's interest, in addition to pruning the list. So some games got it, and some games lost it. Renegade, it sounds like you just subbed, but I don't see a sub. Are you lying to me? Why would you lie to me? Oh, God, they gave me Reavers. And frickin' Templars? Can I have real units, please?
You think it's
Oh, wait, I'm playing as Protoss. There are no real units. Okay, so... Okay, so I know the northwest shell is a bit of a hard one to crack, and I know the northeast shell is like a maze of death. Let's go poking a little bit, shall we?
State your will.
If it makes you feel any better, Ect, there's probably a lot of games worse than Gollum this year that we just don't know about because
Direct my wrath.
they're just tiny little titles that nobody cares about. Just getting a little revenge here really quick. Alright, cool.
Indeed.
Alright. You know, ironically, this would have been a perfect mission to give me Corsairs. I still would have been annoyed because using Corsairs is kind of irritating, but this is pretty much the perfect Corsair mission. But no. No, here's some scouts, some shuttles, and some dragoons. Jesus. Look at that line in the northwest. And yeah, the fact that they gave Artanis a scout just makes me go, what? Oh yeah, they also gave us Reavers. Look at this line. Look at this insanity. Okay, okay, so back off, back off. What do we got in the northeast? It's obvious it doesn't want me to go after the northwest yet. So the northeast is just a giant wall of anti-air. For some reason. I mean, you give me a Griever, this mission's going to be over in 5 seconds. Okay, looks like this is my ingress point, right over here. Through several bunkers. Okay.
Yes, Executor.
I can work with that. Okay.
I concur.
Let's clear the field a little bit.
Indeed.
I want you to imagine the job of being one of the siege tanks on this orbital platform, whose only job is to maintain a blockade against aliens you've never even heard of before. Because these are UED people, remember? So they're like, alright, hold the line against the Protoss. And you're, what? What's a Protoss? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh yeah, by the way, really quick. I was doing a little bit of behind-the-scenes-y look, and I found an interview from Artanis, Jesus Christ, from Mengsk. Wait, nope, that's still wrong. From Metzen. Look. Talking about the creation of the Starcraft setting. Do I have to use the damn Reavers? Yeah, from Mengsk himself. From Metzen. God, I cannot talk today. So, you know, everyone's like, this is Warhammer 40k. No, it isn't. I've never really bought into that. But the Metzen has actually revealed some of the old sketches and a comic book that he used to draw when he was younger, which was Starcraft. It was Starcraft. It was the South in space, and that was the general direction he pulled from, along with some other things, including the Aliens series and Starship Troopers. If that sounds familiar, then you probably know that Warhammer 40k itself also pulled several bits of inspiration from Aliens and Starship Troopers. Put very bluntly, I don't actually think they cribbed Warhammer 40k. I think both of them cribbed the same sources. A not uncommon thing in fiction.
Yes, Executor.
And Dune, yeah. I mean, you don't really hear a lot of people complaining about things that also happen to... Like, how many people have said, Forgotten Realms is just cribbing off a Warhammer because they both have orcs in them? No. Come on, we're all just cribbing on Tolkien. Let's just be honest about it.
Indeed.
I actually got a decent night's sleep. Thank you for asking.
Direct my wrath.
Tolkien was copying from a whole bunch of mythos that I don't have the names of off the top of my head because I'm not smart enough to know that. But people who've actually studied Tolkien, yes, that's a real job, could tell you exactly the kind of stuff that Tolkien cribbed off of.
Consider it done.
The warriors have engaged the enemy.
State your will. I am ready. Consider it done. Indeed. I concur.
Yeah, no, exactly, Colgrim. It's a mild irritation of mine, and I don't really have a good reason. It's a pet peeve, right? Not a real peeve. That people tend to look at something and say, oh, it's just like such and such. People do that with things I've written. People do that things with other people have written. And it's always just been a little irritant in the back of my mind of... I don't really have a good reason for it to irritate me, so I do apologize. It's just... God damn it! Alright, so... clear the landing zone. Wait. Is there another landing zone? Okay. Which isn't what I wanted to have happen. But, you know, whatever. We're just gonna roll with it now. There it is! I was just waiting for someone to say it.
Very well.
Oh my god, he physically can't get out. Oh my god, we can't turn our Templars into Archons. I mean, as weird as it may sound, it's not as bad as I remember Eternus. But yeah, I don't think this is a particularly good no-build mission. What is the story of this mission? Filler. I'm not really joking with that. By the way, do you notice we have no minerals, as in null? No minerals at all. You wonder what the significance of that? Well, tough, because I just lost my Reaver. It's okay, he accomplished his objective, so I'm not too unhappy about that. Can you make this happen?
My path is set.
I mean, honestly, I am very strongly leaning towards a story negative here. This is just kind of an out-of-nowhere, huh, moment. Gameplay-wise, I'm still debating. Alright, so... Good news, they've given us a lot of worthless units we don't have a good use for, given the battle we're about to fight. But it's okay, we have a bunch of worthless units we don't have a lot of use for in this particular section. Wait. This game. 100%. I have irritations with Starcraft 1, but it is still a good core game with a good core story. And I would much rather play this than Dawn of War.
Very well.
And you like how they just give us a bajillion transports and Reavers and Templars who can't combine. Oh yeah, did you also notice they're giving us Dark Templar, which I meant to talk about this. There's been a couple of missions where the game has given us, specifically given us access to Dark Templar, while simultaneously absolutely burying the map in detectors like those turrets. In fact, the last mission made that mistake too. If you don't understand the significance of that, the Dark Templar are essentially a worse zealot. The big advantage of a Dark Templar is they're freaking cloaked. If they are visible, then they're just a worse zealot. This is not the first mission where they have given us the ability to build Dark Templars and then said, nah, screw you. I guess we can't build them in this mission, but you get my point. You know, honestly, let's pull up the math. Let's see who does more damage per second, which is the real number here. Because damage doesn't matter. Damage over time is what matters. Yeah, I'm actually having trouble finding the information I want. Where's Liquipedia when I need it? But it's true, Act! If you take away the stealth, then they're just a worse zealot. The stealth is what makes the Dark Templar. That's kind of my whole point. What's 16 times 3? That's 40... No, Sean. At least not anytime soon. 48. Okay, so that would mean a Zealot does very slightly less damage than a Dark Templar. So they do actually do less damage. But Dark Templar are slower and don't have the durability that Zealots have. At least I don't think they do. No, I'm right. Less shields and less health and less speed. An properly upgraded Zealot is faster, so they can close faster. They have more health, they have more shields, and they barely do less damage. I think I've made my point. Okay. Let me... Sorry, the reason this... Yeah, much faster attack, too. Which is better against units that have high armor. So Zealots are much better at chipper shredding through certain types of things. Like, tanks or buildings or whatever. So, let me explain why this thought was running through my head just now. I know there's a siege tank. It's right there. If there were detectors all over the place... This would be a fantastic opportunity to go ahead and send a Dark Templar up to assassinate that siege tank. But there's detectors everywhere, so if I send the Dark Templar up, he's going to be like, doo-doo-doo-doo, boom, and he's going to be dead. So there's no point in that. And I'm not saying Dark Templars are bad, actually quite the contrary. They're a nice niche unit. What I'm saying is the level design is bad. 2 levels in a row, they give us Dark Templars and smother the enemy fortifications with detectors. Why? You know that the Dark Templars are only good because they're stealth. Why do you just arbitrarily take that away? So anyways, let's go send the Reaver out there to die to the siege tank. Because that's what's going to happen in a second here.
Your thoughts.
I mean, you say that, Huthor, but actually, well, I mean, they're Terrans. You give them a frickin' comm facility, and they have the perfect ability to anti-stealth, which, consequently, also invalidates the usefulness of stealth. And yeah, let's go ahead and... I think you're right. Let's try to do an airdrop. Get some sleep, Evo. It's an order.
I heed thy call. What man calls?
Right. So... No, okay, well, the Reaver's dead. Whatever. Screw it! Die! You stupid tank. Yeah, the Zealots were like, we heard you got trouble, we got you. See, I guess, let me finish making my point here, Huthor. If your program is not sufficiently advanced to make use of stealth, then don't include stealth in your game. I'm dead serious, by the way. I really feel like stealth in general, in StarCraft 1 specifically, is just kind of crap. Not that it's not useful, that it's crap, that it lacks design. Because, as you say, the AI just doesn't really have the ability to bypass stealth unless it perfectly bypasses stealth, and a huge amount of missions, and these are not the first two missions, just kind of make stealth, nope. Like, I mentioned the previous mission. I even talked about this, I think. The reason that there's detectors everywhere on the previous mission is because the objective is to bring Kerrigan to a specific point. That's how you win the mission. Kerrigan can cloak. So in order to make it so that the player can't just win the mission, they decided to put detectors everywhere. But then in the same mission, they decided to make it so you have no air support, which means you were limited to ground units. And they did this on a map that was very small and clustered. So your unit possibilities for that mission are Reavers, Dragoons, Dark Templars, and Zealots. Why do you think I used Zealots on that mission? This is my overall point. I feel like there's just a bit of not really thinking it through going on here. Game design is hard. I agree with that. That's why I value it so much when they do it really well. That's why I gush when a game just kind of nails it. That's a couple vulture mines. And ghosts. And turrets and Goliaths. Yes, hours of play has been a thing since the arcade era, Eternus. And if you look at the back of several NES boxes, you will see such and such hours of gameplay, or many hours of gameplay. It's been a selling feature since video games have existed. Alright, I'm gonna do something dumb. I think this might actually work out, though. Come on, Artanis. Actually, hang on. Yeah, you want to feel like you're getting your money's worth, which really irritates the crap out of me for the reasons I've yelled about so many times. I'm bored of talking about it, so I'm just gonna leave that lie there. Who's cooler, the Tau or the Protoss? Now, don't mistake me. I do think the Tau are cool. But the Protoss. Let's just be honest here. The Protoss win that. Sorry, Tau. Sorry. Start cleaning out some of these mines. Let's get rid of the ghosts. And let's... Oh, Jesus. We got locked down in range of a freaking turret. That guy's dead, so let's just go for this. You back off. Let's fire that guy. Stop running from me. Why are you running? You can fight back. Why are you running? Love lockdown. It's fine, Dark Day. It's fine. Artanis is almost dead, by the way, so that strategy is now defunct and cannot work, because I can no longer use him because he's a hero unit. That means if he dies, it's the end of the game. Actually, it wasn't, Uthor. I actually researched that just last night. That is a, what do you call it? Mandela, I can't remember what that's called. Such and such effect. Repeated false memory, whatever that is. Mandela effect, that's it. Thank you. I actually have very few options here, believe it or not. This is bad. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna load the Templars onto here. We'll send it up here. We're gonna take all the rest of our shuttles up here. We're gonna unload the Templars. We're going to save one shuttle just in case this goes badly. We're going to save if we do all this nonsense. Okay. Yeah, he's been dead for a bit. That is, yeah, that's pretty much how that works. Okay, so we have some peoples on our shuttles. I suppose Mandela effect isn't quite correct, but, like, you get my point, right? It's... Zero was supposed to be female. We're just going to call it that now. We're going to call it the Zero effect. Because you all know that Zero was originally going to be female in Mega Man X, right? Wrong. I actually debunked that myself during my Mega Man run. But you know what I'm talking about, right? There's a tendency for incorrect information to just kind of get repeated over and over and over when it comes to... Almost always when it comes to fiction. I mean, let's leave reality out of this for a second. When it comes to fiction. And a few other specific things. No, sure, Huthor. Sure. Whatever you say. I honestly don't even care. So, doop. Go. Alright, kill these freaking tanks, please. Nope. Well, hang on. Maybe. Okay, we did it. Jesus Christ. Where's the ghost that's shooting him? It's right there. I see him. I sees him. Up. Got too close. Got too close. I almost ran into the other one. Whatever, we're gonna slow-mo this.
Reinforcements are en route now, young Templar.
Well, they'd better really be some serious reinforcement. Hey, Corsairs, look. And an Arbiter.
Feel your presence. Calus.
And 8 Zealots.
Thus I serve.
Like all my name's days come together at one. Jesus.
Contact. It will be done. I stand ready.
And no, Act, I don't feel like going and digging up the interview again. I could, but I just, you know what? I don't care. You can call this a cop-out or a rip-off or whatever the hell you want to. I've stopped caring. Let's see.
It will be done.
I should see if I could actually find, like, if Betsen's ever released any copies of his comic. Because that sounds like... I mean, it was something he did as a kid, so he might not actually have any copies of it. Not everyone holds on to memorabilia like that.
We feel your presence.
Now, Warcraft was originally supposed to be Warhammer. That's a pretty codified fact. We have documents. We have some receipts proving that one. Not Starcraft. Okay.
I am ready.
Right. Can't use Artanis anymore because he's on the verge of death.
Your will.
So he hasn't even refilled his shield yet. So you just stay back here, Artanis, and do nothing. And let's go get... Yeah, Games Workshop is Games Workshop. It's one of those weird things. I'm kind of glad Warcraft 1 isn't... oh, you son of a Submariner! Isn't, Warhammer. Because that way we got Warcraft, one of my favorite settings of all time. That's a good question. What is the default recharge rate? Good afternoon, J. Palmer. Where's frickin' Artanis? There he is.
State your will.
He's actually recharged his shield. Holy crap. Someone who has known it. There you go. Looks like about 2.5 seconds per point, give or take.
Duras.
I mean, if we're giving a negative to the Protoss for recharge rate, then we have to give a negative to the Zerg for pretty much the exact same reason. Because the Zerg health regen is pathetic. You know, actually, I'm not sure. Because we know that they made 3D models for this exact version of the game. I mean, obviously, these are sprites, right? You can even tell, because the animations on that turret are very clearly just a sprite rotating through its thing. But I'm not sure if these are actually 3D models or not. Like, in the game. I think they are. But don't quote me on that, because I'm not sure.
Let us attack. I thought you'd sit my way. Let us attack. Excellent.
Standing by.
Okay, so we have this area up here.
Let us attack.
What? Oh, okay. Freaking me out here. If you want to get really technical, the Protoss can heal with the shield battery. But yes, the Protoss cannot heal health under any circumstances.
Ready for battle. Ah, at last.
A favored Sunday. All the ice cream. Let's go with some kind of fruity sauce on top, like strawberry or pineapple or something like that. And we'll add in some sprinkles. No nuts. As for ice cream flavors, I like all kinds of ice cream flavors, so I'm ambivalent on that.
Initiated.
Hey, a Valkyrie.
Received.
I do like pistachios. Pistachio-flavored ice cream, that is to say. Butterscotch can work, too.
Make use of me.
It's an interesting nut to crack. All right, where's my scout? Okay.
Let us attack.
Yeah, we're probably gonna need at least 2.
Warriors have engaged the enemy.
Well, that's a thing that happened.
Jogad. Standing by. Galadul. Awaiting command. Standing by.
That's funny you say that, Uthor, because that's exactly what my own interview mentioned, is that they specifically took reference from Metzin's comic, Aliens, and Dune, and Starship Troopers. Like, Starship Troopers is one of those weird ones, because even though I absolutely hate the book with every fiber of my being, it's been very influential in a lot of settings over the years. Go figure. No offense to anybody who likes the book. Come on, load. I unironically like the movie better than the book in every way. The movie's funny. Man. I'm ready to do my part. Yeah. Do I like the Dune movie? The recent one? Yes, absolutely. Why isn't this loading? No, I know, Jaludo. I'm aware. I really do not like the book. Okay, there it is. It's a donation from Jay Palmer. Thank you, Jay Palmer. Do appreciate the support. It took a minute. I will put that towards 24 Season 1 Stream Donations. Seek and Destroy. WoW, Kata to Legion. Okay. So, how do I want to layer this? Bare minimum, I want to do that. Let's see if I can get away with being greedy, shall we? Just really quick.
Oh, at last. I thought you did my way.
Well, that has already failed, so let's back off.
Ready for battle. Excellent.
Take two.
Thus I serve.
Let us attack. I thought you'd in my way.
Why, Uthor? If you don't mind my asking. Yeah, no, the book is a little bit more serious than the movie. That's the simplest way I could put that. Oh, I have no idea, Zach Taft. I don't think Stark would, like, disagree with him on that point.
Transmitted.
Let us attack.
I think we can get that vulture out of there.
Oh, at last.
Okay, we'll do this the fun way.
I stand ready. Excellent. I thought you'd in my way.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. I am needed.
May I be of service? Oh, at last.
Best RTS ever made? I mean, Starcraft 2. But the second best RTS, that gets interesting.
I stand
I'm not
ready.
sure about that.
Adontoridas.
Brothers Russian. Ah, okay. Not where I thought you were going with that, Uthor. I was thinking Red Alert 3 was pretty high up there. I feel like one of the Age of Empires might be up there. And of course, Age of Mythology is still a pretty damn good game. If you ignore the second expansion. Warcraft 3 is probably pretty high up there as well. Oh, Takoida, look up, if you care, look up Industrial Annihilation. Just got announced like a couple days ago during whatever event just happened.
May I be of service?
Would you believe, despite my long history of RTSs, that I've actually never played the Company of Heroes series, Director? What'd you think, Dakota? Oh, let's just go for it again.
Colossus.
Charge!
Commencing.
I mean, it feels really obvious what they're going for. There's been a big wave of builder games. I'm actually not sure what started the trend. Factorio, RimWorld, something started the builder trend lately. I'm not sure which or what. But there's been a big wave of builder games, and they're like, well, why don't we make a builder RTS? And I'm kind of with the concept. We'll see if I'm with the execution. There's a lot. Jesus.
I stand ready. May I be of service?
I guess Minecraft is technically a builder, but it kind of isn't.
I stand ready. Let us attack.
Locus acknowledged. Awaiting command.
Like, Starcraft is a little bit more survivor builder. Emphasis on the survivor first. As opposed to Subnautica, which is more of a builder survivor.
It will be done.
I stand ready. Ah, at last.
Yeah, I can confirm what Huthor says. Are you gonna be... Are you okay, Mr. Battlecruiser? Sir? Sir, are you okay? Are you just... Battlecruiser Tokyo Drift. Reminds me. I need to change an option. I thought about this last night. To help me remind myself to save, I'm going to turn on the in-game timer. We have been on this mission for an hour. Oh my god.
Contact.
Kill that.
Locus acknowledged. It will be done. Acknowledged. It will be done.
Shields exist. I mean, you can see them happening all over the place. What is going on here? You know, just an A move in there. At this point, I'm really beyond caring.
Locus acknowledged. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Stop fighting in range of the frickin'... What are you doing? What are you doing? Go attack things. You know, like the last mission, this is a mission that should be good and isn't because of execution. Yeah, this is a mission that would work in StarCraft 2. No, I haven't logged into WoW. Alright, let's try it. It's okay, I got a month. Wait, hang on. What was that? That was 5. Mission 5. True. You're right, Dakota. I forgot about that. God damn it, I did it wrong.
Executor, the Urash is secured, and the UED has given up the chase. We are currently holding perimeter orbit over the planet Char. Zeratul, have you locked onto the location of the Calus?
Yes. I remember sensing his power the last time I was on this world. However, our sensors indicate a massive, fluctuating energy signature at its location. I am, however, unable to identify the signature's source.
That should be obvious, gentlemen. The source is the Overmind itself. When the Cerebrates merged together, they must have locked onto the Calus energies and nested near it. It's probable that there'll be a number of broods protecting that area. It's risky, but if we can strike hard and fast, we might be able to fight our way through their defenses and escape with the crystal.
Comrades, I may have an alternative. Seeing as how the Overmind is still in its infant stages, I wonder if we might be able to disrupt its control over those broods. If we can do enough superficial damage to the creature, it might pacify the Zerg nearest to it, allowing us some time to retrieve the Calus.
A bold plan, young Artanis. Your courage rivals that of mighty Tazadar himself.
No, don't get crazy.
Too much credit, noble Zeratul. I am not worthy enough to even speak his name.
Touching. Look, boys, either of these plans will work, but let's not waste any time. I'll be able to exert limited control over a few of the Zerg here and provide you with some backup. But the longer we stay, the more we risk losing both the crystals again.
Agreed. Executor, deploy your forces. May Adun be with you.
All right, give me 1 minute, please. That is taking way too damn long. Okay, good. Jesus Christ. Banks, I swear, right? So, one of the things that I found in my brief bit of research I was doing last night about this game is several of the Venetians missions in vanilla were actually supposed to be multi-objective missions. In fact, technically a couple of them are. I actually have talked about that. Because vanilla was an older game and had its own issues, sometimes, regardless of completing an objective, you could just wipe the map. Because wiping the map in engine terminates the mission in a success. But I mean, like, actually having two separate objectives. With Brood War, they finally started implementing the multi-objective concept. So, Zoig and Toss.
I'm waiting.
It's okay. It's okay, everyone. We've got Dark Templar. That's true, but they didn't always do it, Dakota. Don't ask me which mission, because I don't remember, but I have encountered that before. Oh, hey. Lurkers. Great. Yeah, that's actually just a question. Hey, Artanis? Didn't you just evacuate Ire? Remind me why you were evacuating Ire again, Artanis? Oh, that's right. It's because the Zerg swarms, without control of the Overmind, were rampaging unchecked and devouring the entire planet. Anyways, it is a weirdly common thing where someone in fiction will be like, you know, I think such and such, and they make like a guess, an estimation. And then, oh, you know what? If we assume that guess is correct, then we can extrapolate based on that guess. Which is problematic for a whole host of reasons I don't feel like getting into right now.
Very well. So
oh man, Loner. That actually sounds legit. Why didn't we get that? Why were we robbed of this? Okay. I do like how Char looks, like physically looks. Do we not have a geyser in StarCraft 2 a lot better? I mean, I guess, sorry, water's wet. I think StarCraft 2 does a lot better job about its visuals than StarCraft 1. And yeah, Zeratul... buddy, I love you. You approach a good character every now and again. This is not one of those times. That's true. Nobody likes Raynor. Did we do that in one of the Zerg missions, the Darkness? Hey, Blood Angel Veronis. I don't remember. So I'm gonna assume not. Zeratul just really, really likes prophecy, okay? He's just... he let a guy have his thing, you know? Yeah, there's gas down here, which is going to be our first stop. Generally you have to get a converter, Blood Angel. Like it's like a little box thing, and it's it accepts multiple inputs and then puts out multiple outputs. I actually have one myself. It's how I get my PS2 onto my computer. That was actually weirdly close. Blue, blue. No, not a splitter. Like, you actually need a converter. Like if literally, if you look up, if you hit Amazon, for example, and you hit RCA to HDMI converter, you'll see what I'm talking about. The Elgato might work if it's got that kind of input. I don't know. Mine doesn't. So let's see what kind of troop composition we're going to go for this mission. It's either going to be Zealots or Mutas, I'm guessing, right now. What do you want to bet? We can also do Muta Scouts. Whoop, 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 whoop. I do love me some Muta Scouts. We might not have enough Vespene for Mutas or Scouts, actually, now that I think about it. We could just do Lings. Just Lings. Just Lings. Alright. Hey, we have access to carriers. Carrier time, go! Actually, I don't think we have enough resources to do carriers on this map. I really don't think we have enough resources to do carriers. So, which character has my favorite arc? Who isn't Raynor? Void rays are only in StarCraft 2. So. That's my opinion on that. Oh, I was gonna say, I don't know. I'm now picturing the AI with access to void rays, and I'm not sure I like that image. You know what? Yeah, I think actually I'm in StarCraft 1 specifically, Eternus. I think I'm gonna go with Alderis. If we add StarCraft 2, there's no choice. It's Tychus. It's 100% Tychus. I can't even elsewise, you know? And yes, there is an arc there, too. I'll point it out as we go a little bit, but, well... the original plan isn't what he ended up with, put simply. And we have interviews from developers and writers which confirm exactly what was going on behind the scenes, in case there's any room for interpretation. No, Valerian is Arcturus' son. Okay. Bank for a minute. I want to do this. Let's get some basics going first of all. It's an interesting statement. The best character in the probably in the entire franchise was done dirty. I'm curious of the reasoning of that, but like you say, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Make use of me.
Let's avoid spoilers for now. We'll get there when we get there. No rush. Yeah, Horner... I admit, I like Horner as a character a lot. Especially because we played as him. But, yeah, he...
Instructions.
Valerian actually has a bit of a character arc too. It's just a decent chunk of it happens off camera. It's a damn shame. We're all focusing on Broody McBroody Pants, and Valerian's over there having an actual character arc. Yeah, no, exactly, Takoida. It's like, god damn it. Do we have more of that, please? No? Okay. Damn it, Valerian. Get on camera. Do it. Do it. I mean, we've been talking about a potential StarCraft 3. Valerian and the consequences of the events of Heart of the Swarm are things I would really like to dive into. Well, let me put it to you this way, Magister. Let's say that there's a character and he's like, I'm evil! And then he leaves the narrative for a bit. And we go and we focus on another character. And when we come back to him, he's like, listen, I've had a change of heart. We don't really need to see that a change of heart happened. We know it happened off camera because they're different now. They already tried something with the Zerg with Abathur. Whether that succeeded or not is kind of a matter of personal opinion. But yeah, by design, the Zerg are always part of someone else's story. So, what we would have to do to really develop the Zerg is figure out what we want to do with them related to someone else. But yes, the Kelmorian Combine does technically exist still. What am I doing with you? I was doing something. I mean, they are literally a tool in universe, yes. But I mean, even narratively, like, because of the fact that they are in lore a tool, they tend to be a tool out of universe as well. Man, I haven't done a LAN party since 1999. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with carriers. I'm just gonna carry it up. Slow mode a little bit here.
I'm waiting. Upgrade complete.
Why would you unburrow? Okay, whatever. So those are lurkers. We'll talk more about them later. They're actually a pretty great unit. But again, we'll talk about them in a minute.
Yes.
Look, on this map...
So be it.
Yeah, the Zerg story has ironically somewhat thoroughly concluded. The Terran story has reached an end of a chapter, but there's obvious room for it to keep going. The Protoss have kind of reached the beginning of their story, if that makes any sense. Like, they have thoroughly reset the board narratively and are ready to, you know, start their new arc. Let's see if they ever actually do that. I want to see something just for fun. Look at that. The Zergling Rush is valid, but it's one of those... So, okay, there's two ways to do a Zergling Rush. There's if you're incredibly good at multitasking, and then there's if you're not. If you're not that good at multitasking, then a Zergling Rush is a one-hit failure kind of a thing. If you fail at the initial rush, you've probably lost the match. If you are sufficiently good at actually being capable of multitasking, then you could probably, you know, it's a really, really great and almost unbeatable strategy, which is one of the reasons why no rush maps were so common back in the day. Because someone who knows what they're doing will not just rush you and harass you and skirmish you, but they'll be doing that while they're further teching up and getting ready for the next wave, which is probably going to be there before you can even really deal with it.
Evolution complete.
Okay. Let's go scout a little bit. In 2, Zerglings remain useful until the end of the game. In fact, most units retain usefulness in StarCraft 2 until endgame. There are some exceptions. Those frickin' Diamondbacks. H-Virus? What?
Your warriors have engaged
What did you do, Thor? Did you do?
your class.
Yeah, exactly, Tara. I will admit freely that one of the biggest things that makes me not a particularly good player, like not in the actual pro level, is I tend to focus on a single battle at a time. And I can catch myself into that, and if I'm really on my game, I can remind myself and back off and actually follow the other things too, but I have a tendency to just focus in on one thing and be like, "Meh." It's funny, because I have the exact opposite problem in World of Warcraft. Paying attention to the entire raid simultaneously is something I'm actually really good at in WoW. Had to be, I was a raid leader. Being able to tell everybody what they're doing and keeping track of every mechanic on a boss fight simultaneously. Yeah, but for some reason I just can't do that in an RTS, unless I'm really focusing on it. Let's not. Let's just chill for a minute. Okay.
We are under attack.
Sure.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Affirmative. Upgrade complete.
Where?
Your class.
I mean, they always had, like, the Reaver thing, but I don't see anything else. Hey, Spartan. We're slow-moding a bit. Like you do. Oh, the green thing in the middle. I think that's just cosmetic.
Instructions.
Yeah, I think it's just cosmetic, because it doesn't... Well, hang on, let's watch, see if it changes when we build an interceptor. No, it's just cosmetic.
Your command.
It's just cosmetic. Spit on it. Build the frickin' Great Colony. That'd actually be neat. Nice immediate indicator of, whoop, they need interceptors.
Carrier has arrived. Instructions. Your class. Instructions.
Interesting, Huthor.
We are under
Sounds like a development of the events system, which is something I'm extremely in favor of, so... Hell yeah. What happens if you let them cap out? Let's do
instructions.
sit on this.
Go to
12 is probably all we can afford with such a small resource pool, and we don't have any expansion properties at the moment. We could. We should probably save.
your command.
It's okay, we have no hero units on this mission, so we're not going to lose the mission.
Your class. Go to We are under attack. Go to
Well, that's a lot of Scourge. That is a lot of Scourge. Holy crap, that anti-air.
Affirmative. Commencing. Affirmative.
I mean, specialized carriers feels like the right direction to go in for me, but then again, I like specialized units in general, so what the hell do I know? I think everybody hates the Scourge. That is so much anti-air. Look at that insanity. They're still sending Scourge after me. They are chain sending Scourge after me.
Engage the enemy. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Jesus Christ, Uthor. Congrats. You now know what it feels like to be Greece. I like how they're shuttling Ultralisks up to deal with my, you know, carriers. That is Greecest of me, I apologize. Okay, so we've carved through about a third of their defenses. Give or take.
Have engaged the enemy.
Jesus. Look at that nonsense. Although, honestly, the Scourge was the real problem there, which is probably why they were there. Yeah, we can't fully repair that. Replace that, so we're just gonna kinda... Just gonna chill here for a minute. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. I have to check. Health sponge? I mean, there's some unit design issues in general, but no. Most of the health sponginess is down to the level design.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
I mean, spinal mounts are usually awesome. What do you want to bet they don't even let us have Guardians in this mission? What am I bid? What am I bid?
You look at us. You commencing. You look at us.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Instructions.
Yeah, we're starting to run a bit of a mineral deficit. So, let's see something.
Your command. You look at us. Affirmative.
That's kind of what I was just thinking, Kiro. There's a reason I haven't saved yet since our last save.
Calus. Affirmative. Commencing. Calus.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Damn Scourge!
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
How many Scourge are down here? Don't answer that question.
warriors have engaged the enemy.
They're just chaining Scourge into my face.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Occasionally we can kill them before they reach us. That's why I'm letting them kind of run on auto here. They can retarget quickly.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
I mean, an open void array sounds like kind of the visual I'd go with to try to distinguish it. Why are there more Scourge? Why are there more Scourge? Why are there more Scourge?
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Affirmative. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Yeah, okay, so that is just a metric ass ton of anti-air. Holy crap.
Commencing.
Does it, Dean? Hang on, let me fix it for you. There, is that better?
We are under attack.
Behold! Behold! Alright, that mini-map actually looks worse, too. Alright, so... There's so much anti-air. When did Total Annihilation come out, by the way?
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
I ask because Total Annihilation did have the concept of a repair pad, which the units would smartly land on if they needed to repair. You just set them to patrol over the area, and they'd be like, and just go repair.
Your command.
I only bring that up in addendum to the obvious reasons, because apparently Starcraft Vanilla was intended to have a repair port, which you could tack onto a starport for the Terrans.
Yes. So be it.
I only played it briefly, Mr. Red, so I could only give a surface-level opinion of it. Me and my friends poked at it in order to try and see if it was another MMO to dive into. We decided it was not. The end. Why do you ask?
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Engage the enemy. Commencing.
Oh hey, a Dragoon lived. Go die. Go, my minion. Die for the swarm. EverQuest 2 is a perfectly fun game until the second you hit level 20, at which point I in the strongest terms, do not think you should play it. You should put that game down the moment you leave the capital city of either side. I know you're like, oh, Lord, you're being facetious. No, trust me, this is not a Lotro situation. EverQuest 2 is dog crap the moment you leave the capital city. The EverQuest 1 is quite literally a better game than EverQuest 2. That's not a joke. FF11 at least has, like, the ability to solo it and, like, you know, a story worth a damn. And I'm sure there's other positive things you could say about it. But I cannot say any such thing about EverQuest 2.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Your command.
If there's one game I would recommend nobody play under any circumstances. Diablo Immortal. I also don't recommend playing EverQuest 1, if I'm being honest with you. But at least EverQuest 1 has something good going for it. I don't know what that something is, but it's something. I'm sure I could come up with something. Just give me a minute to think about it.
Affirmative.
Their fascination with Scourge! And we just lost a carrier. The roaming Scourge. I'm not even up here to fight you. Oh, we just lost 2 carriers. God, I freaking hate Scourge so much.
We are under attack, Calus.
You know, wait, hang on. I thought of the best thing in EverQuest. Necromancers. Because that way you don't even have to play the game. Suppose I can move forward.
Instructions.
Yeah, looks like no Guardians. I'll verify, but I'm pretty sure that's a no Guardian situation.
Affirmative. Upgrade complete. Affirmative. Affirmative.
I do actually remember EverQuest Next. In fact, I'll one-up you. I have played EverQuest Next.
Affirmative.
It is exactly as awful as whatever you're remembering right now.
warriors have engaged the enemy. Has arrived. Calus. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Executor, the Calus is ours. Let us depart this wretched world and return to Shakuras. Provided there is still a Shakuras to return to.
That was a joke compared to the 700,000 defenses of the other route. God dang. So, then there's this mission.
Congratulations, Executor. Your success has brought us the promise of hope against the Zerg. However, we face a new threat within our own ranks. In your absence, Judicator Alderis and an entire legion of Calus survivors from Ire have begun an open revolt against us.
By the gods, this is ill news indeed. Why would Alderis betray us so?
He and his ilk believe that it was wrong to have abandoned Ire and consorted with our people. Their prejudices have driven them to perpetuate the Conclave's sins against us. Even now, Alderis and his loyalist Templar forces are preparing to attack our citadel.
I can scarcely believe this. As if the Zerg were not enough. Matriarch, are you certain of this?
All too certain, young Templar. Executor, as Matriarch of the Dark Templar and Custodian of this world, I hereby order you to terminate Judicator Alderis and quell this untimely uprising without delay. There will be no dissent among us while the Zerg are poised to strike.
There's something amiss here. The Matriarch has always been a wise and gentle soul. Though there is some merit in her decision, this is very unlike her.
That may well be. But right now, we have a friend to kill. May Adun forgive us.
Anyways, negative to story. I just... This mission irritates the piss out of me. This is a classic example of if we talked, then we wouldn't have to fight. Like, what do we call that? It's the comic book thing. It's the fighting game thing. You walk up to someone, hey, what's up? You want to go grab a burger? The guy says, you know I'm allergic to the seeds on burgers. You must be trying to kill me. Fight, 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 fight. Okay, okay. You know, they've got salads at the burger place. Right on, let's go get a burger. And then they go and they get a burger and a salad. Why are we fighting? Why? Like, yeah, ignoring the fact that the Kala exists, and we could just have a direct emotional pipeline to their brains, even if there's like a range limit, which, by the way, spoilers, there is not. But even if there was somehow a range limit, we could, like, the moment we got into combat with other Protoss, we'd be like, oh, okay, that's what they're feeling and thinking. Okay, cool. Just, this is excuse plot at this point. This is just here so we can go kill Alderis. And what irritates me the most about this, let me tell you a story, if you don't mind. When I'll go ahead and start the mission, start teching. When I was... Oh, Jesus Christ.
Our forces.
Yes, I know. Dark Archons. Yeah, they suck. Got it. Cool. Moving on.
Control of our Templar warriors and armies. It is possible that he may even send Archons against us.
Oh no!
Fear not, comrades, for we have Archons of our own. Should the dire need arise, all Dark Templar may merge to become Dark Archons. Though we sacrifice our warriors in doing so, only the might of the Dark Archons can match the forces of Alderis.
Only the Dark Archons. Nothing else. Just trust us on this one. Wink, wink. Okay, so... even if the frickin' Kala didn't immediately connect us to this, you really have to understand that just calling him, just saying, "Hey, Alderis, what's going on?" "Yeah, so why did you betray us?" "Oh, so you're saying you found information that Rashagal is being possessed by someone else, which is a plot hole in its own right." "Okay, cool, cool. Let's go talk about it. You want to get a burger?" And then we fight. Yeah, don't even bother carrier spamming. We need Dark Archons. Which is, by the way, I believe the final new unit for the Protoss. Ah, this freaking game. I love you, game. I really do. I swear. Dark Archons, avoid? Boy, what's like, implode. There we go, that's the word I was going for. Dark Archons implode. Whoops. Ah. Does StarCraft 1 get the sushi tag? No. I love this game quite a bit, but sushi is kind of its own thing. StarCraft 2 almost assuredly will. I would be shocked if StarCraft 2 does not get the sushi tag. Hang on. So, sorry, I was in the middle of saying something. The game is trying to play on the player. The player's expectations, the player's personality in the matter. Whether it succeeds or not is kind of debatable. So I have a very simple question for you. When you first played this game, when you very, very first played this game, did you believe, like, did you buy into this? Did you think Alderis had turned on us? Because, yeah, I didn't either, by the way. I'll just go ahead and admit that. And I'm not trying to brag. It's just the whole thing felt out of left field. And Alderis had shown real, legitimate character growth, as we've already demonstrated. And so I'm just sitting here going, but it feels like they're playing on the player's tendency to dislike obstinate bureaucrats. It would be like if, I don't know, Udina suddenly joined Cerberus, right? You're supposed to just kind of automatically be on board with the concept because they're a character you dislike. Not because it makes any sense, not because it's true, but just because, screw that guy. And it feels like that's the direction they were going with, but as you're proving for me in chat, granted, anecdotal, it apparently didn't even succeed at that basic concept of trying to trick the player. Listen, Udina would never join Cerberus. And yet, Zeratul should be way more competent in this. Artanis should, too. Are players tricked, though? I mean, obviously not. No, you're right, Daniel. You're absolutely right. Blizzard... I like Blizzard stories a lot, and I love Blizzard worlds. I've said this before. One of my favorite things about Metzen as a writer is his world building. The setting of Starcraft, the setting of Warcraft, are legitimately some of my favorite settings of all time. No joke.
I'm waiting.
But they really, really like to because plot a lot. And the most common vehicle that Blizzard tends to use for because plot is idiot balling. This will come back in StarCraft 2 as well, where characters will just kind of be like, well, we could talk about this for 10 seconds. Or, hear me out, war. Oh, we have access to carriers. That's all I need to know. Let's talk about Dark Archons. So they have feedback, which I actually don't even remember what that does. Mind control, which permanently takes control of a unit, which is exactly what it sounds like. And Maelstrom, which I don't remember what it does, because the only thing you need a Dark Archon for is mind control. In fact, the Dark Archon strat is why several of my friends back in the day, we used to deliberately set up matches where we'd start as Protoss and we'd ensure that we were fighting at least one Terran and at least one Zerg. There's that guy right there. Oh god, they're stuck. There we go. They're good. They're good. I have no idea, Loner. I'm gonna have to actually Google it because it doesn't tell me in the game what it does. It's okay, it's in the manual. That excuses it, right? Sorry, I'm snarky. I apologize. Hi, Mihoog. I'm irritable at this mission because this is such a waste of everything. Alderis, I say this without hyperbole, is actually one of my favorite Protoss characters. He has, and not just because he's voiced by Paul Edding? I can never remember how to pronounce his name. But because they actually bothered to make him have a goddamn arc. They actually bothered to have him grow and change. A little bit in vanilla, but especially into Brood War. And they started doing stuff with him. And then he was like, I'm out. Like, I'm just going to spoil this right now. We're about to kill Alderis. And he's going to leave the narrative. And because this is Starcraft, he's not going to be back. He is permadead. Also, mandatory Protoss versus Protoss mission. And on paper, the idea of taking a beloved character and killing them certainly has some validity. But you gotta earn that, right? You can't just say, I am a leaf on the wind, right?
Very well.
Yeah, I'm going carriers again, by the way. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Please remember that most of these people are the refugees we helped to save from Ire, who are currently on Shakuras, which I once again remind you is currently being completely overrun by the Zerg. And the story doesn't really emphasize this the way it really should, but please remember, this planet is like 60% Zerg right now. They are getting smooshed. The swarm is just spreading. But no. Let's go kill the people we rescued, who also refuse to talk to us. That's another thing. We keep talking about just calling up Alderis. You can't tell me any of the dozens or hundreds of Protoss here who are working with Alderis would be like, oh wait, that's Artanis and Zeratul. Hey guys, we're not enemies. No, it's like, die. Nobody's talking to anybody. Yeah, this is when the black hole of intelligence, like Kerrigan just has a Kai Lang field, excuse me, the Queen of Blades just has a Kai Lang field going on here. Do I already have? I do not. Let's get that going. No. It is idiot ball. It is straight up idiot ball. No, I'm sorry. I don't see a question from you, Nerozos.
Very well. Nearby.
Yeah, Alderis is the kind of guy to hang on the phone, you know? Not hang up the phone, just sit on it. He's just sitting there going, hey, you are a heretic and you're dumb. I'm also dumb. You know, just, come on! Alright. Thank you, Narset. Always appreciate you. I don't know if Heaven's Vault's on the list. Give me a minute. I don't think it's been axed. If it's on the list, then it's on the list. The purging's already happened. So is she a Mary Sue? God, I don't want to get into that discussion again. It's just, I hate the term Mary Sue. Because it is such a vitriolic term that so many people misuse and misapply to mean I don't like this character. So I dislike even bringing up the topic in general. But let's talk about what a Mary Sue actually is. A Mary Sue is when a character, regardless of gender, is just better in from an out-of-universe perspective. They're so good, they're so amazing, they're so fantastic at everything. And I don't mean like they win. They're there because they're attempting to be a bit of an... Yeah, Jake Ramsey is a Mary Sue. But hang on, so there's two other addendums, because a character who just always wins is not a Mary Sue. There's plenty of characters that win often that are not. There are two additional requirements to being a Mary Sue. One is that they don't earn it at all. They just are, and in fact have no real character. There's no personality there. There's no nothing. They're just a ball of success. The other thing is that they make the entire work worse simply by existing there. So let's tackle these really quickly. So they make the work worse simply by existing is obvious. That's could apply to a lot of characters. The middle point, they have no character. A true Mary Sue, like Jake Ramsey, isn't a person. He's not a character. You can't point to Jake Ramsey and tell me a character trait he has because he just wins at everything. Same thing with Medan over in Warcraft. He's just a shaman who's a priest, who's a mage, who's a warlock, who's the son of like all of the super famous people, and is more powerful than anybody else. And that's his character. That's not a character. But then there's the first part. They win and they don't earn it. They don't actually earn it. The reason... Here, I can talk about this. I can talk about this while playing. The reason it irritates me so much in Star Trek Nemesis, the reason I call that the Mary Sue ship, isn't because it's a big ship with a lot of weapons and a lot of shields. There's a lot of ships that qualify that. The frickin' Husnock ship qualifies as that. No. The thing that makes that the Mary Sue ship is the fact that it's this super mega ultra ship, which also happens to have a planet-destroying weapon on board. Oh, by the way, it can firewall cloak and has a perfect cloak. But hang on! It also has perfect sight-to-sight holographic projectors that can perfectly replicate someone into someone else's room. Which I know sounds like a minor thing, but the sheer technology required to actually make a goddamn perfect projector of someone like that. And there's no reason for that to be there. It's just there because they're better. That's what I mean by that first point. It's not just about winning, it's that they're better. You get it? They've always got those little extra flavors of just, no, and also I happen to be, like, whatever. There's just some other nonsense that they can do, which completely bypasses logic and reason. And it's because the very concept of the Mary Sue boils down to the author's self-insert, wanting to be better, wanting to have that extra little cool factor, right? So, no, the Queen of Blades in this game is not a Mary Sue. Having said that, I do think that there is a lot of idiot ball going on around here. This is going to sound like a strange statement, but I don't think it's being done to raise up Kerrigan's character. That will happen in the next game. No, I think it's just there's a lot of because plot going on. They wanted the story to go in a general direction, didn't know how to get there, and so they did the most logical thing possible and just kind of their way to victory. It is straight up because plot. Yeah, the Zerg... We were just talking about this. The Zerg kind of don't... Really? The Zerg don't really have a story or a narrative of their own right, which is arguably part of the problem. So, yeah, the Zerg are just kind of there. We'll talk more about Kerrigan when we get to Starcraft 2. Let's save that discussion for when we get there. But at the moment, I don't think the Queen of Blades qualifies as a Mary Sue. However, I do think there is a... that Nerazez's question is valid. Can I literally not read? Get over there. I do think Nerazez's question is valid. I do think there's a whole lot of because plot going on, and I do think Brood War is going to take it in the pants for having done that because it's irritating. Now, I do agree with Huthor, but I will go ahead and go out on my limb in saying that Archer is probably the worst Mary Sue Star Trek has ever seen. In fact, Archer is right, capital R, is one of my most annoying tropes in all of Star Trek. I don't like Burnham at all, but Jesus Christ. Now, I will be right back. Excuse me. You know, that's an interesting point. Janeway, is Ross here? Ross is probably not here. I call it the Janeway is right thing. But the harsh reality is that Archer is just so much worse about it. And you know the difference between Archer and Janeway? Really? Janeway has some good episodes. For those of you familiar with Star Trek, you probably know what I'm talking about. Enterprise gets really good in Season 4, and I'll stand on that hill to the day I die. But how many of those episodes are good Archer episodes? Let's get the initial 4 going.
We are under attack. Upgrade complete.
It's true, Dean. I have legitimately recommended to some people that they just start with Season 4, just straight up. And I don't mean that, like, facetiously or hyperbolically. I have given that as legitimate advice. In fact, when I continue my lore run of Star Trek and we get to Enterprise, I plan to do the skip-through method for all of Seasons 1 through 3. Like, we're not going to watch any of those. Enterprise is mid, Mr. Red, and therein lies the problem. Like, if I were to review it, there are worse episodes of Trek in TNG, DS9, of Voyager, of TOS. But Enterprise is just mid. There are occasional good episodes and occasional bad episodes, but honestly, even the dreck of Enterprise, I don't think compares to stuff like Code of Honor or Threshold, my opinion.
Carrier has arrived. Vishnu.
Where did they go? There.
Zadashkulina.
Isn't Star Trek doing great right now? So you probably mean in terms of quality. But, so Paramount, thankfully Prodigy got saved, but Paramount recently pulled the plug on Star Trek pretty hard. There's actually a lot of reasons that go into that, which I really don't want to get into right now, but the long and the short of it is that a lot of studios have started to see that streaming services are a different animal when it comes to funding and viability. What the hell is that? So, Paramount was hemorrhaging money pretty hard on how many Star Trek projects it had going. Did you notice that it already had canceled several? Before, you know, the recent cancellations.
Upgrade complete.
Which there have been several.
Your command. Commencing.
Oh, God damn it.
Zadashkulina. Nima. There.
Strange New Worlds and Lower Decks are pretty much it at this point.
So be it. Yes. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Yeah, the latest Picard... Well, Patrick Stewart is already trying to get a Picard Season 4 going. I rather doubt it. I roll to disbelieve. I don't think Star Trek needs to die permanently, but I do agree that Star Trek needs to go on hold for a minute. If you were paying attention during my God of War 5 review, I said the same thing about God of War 5 for the same reason. Yeah, one more season and that's it, Nero says. Although that's only because that was greenlit before they decided to pull the plug. There is such a thing as oversaturation. Just because I don't suffer from that personally doesn't make that not true. And if you oversaturate your medium, especially, sorry, I'm saying this wrong. If you oversaturate in a medium, that's what I meant to say, then what you tend to do is run the risk of people just kind of being like, eh. Worse, you run the risk of burnout creatively. The ideal varies based on the franchise, the IP, and a bunch of other factors I can't go into right now. But for example, it would be perfectly fine for Star Trek to just kind of pull back for a while. Just pull back on the franchise and just be like, alright, we're just going to let it sit for a bit. Maybe do a couple of video games. There aren't a lot of Star Trek video games. Maybe drift a little bit more into books. You know, just enough to basically keep the franchise alive, but not really pushing anything super big. Once you're done with all that, you wait a bit, and there's an ideal point. You want the saturation to be on the down low, and you want the interest to have risen before the interest drops again, because interest will rise and then fall. and you want to hit that sweet spot.
Your command.
That's when you announce the new show. Oh, yeah, speaking of which, negative to start. Sorry, I didn't actually write down the negatives. So, yeah, negative for dumb. This is... I think I'm just going to put this under fake drama, because that's exactly what this is. Nonsense.
Instructions.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right, Wenlock. That's sort of the problem. They need to keep Star Trek alive because they need Star Trek to keep their, well, their streaming service going, effectively. Oh! Keep the brand. Yeah, in an ideal world, what would probably happen is they'd go ahead and let Star Trek rest for a bit and go work on something else. Probably something new. It probably wouldn't do as well. Maybe well enough to keep the lights on. That's the only real goal there. And then... Okay. We did that for a bit. Hovered for a bit. Interest is kind of on the uprise. And, okay, new Star Trek thing. Blam. And it'll sell great. But try telling a shareholder or a stockholder or one of the money people, hey, so we want you to deliberately make less money and to have no real increased growth for several years. Yeah, no kidding, Wenlock. Yeah, they backed off hard, and well they should. No, Aspros, no! Why? That's okay. I can think of worse. Ubisoft would be worse. Embracer Group would be worse. Tencent would be the worst, which is funny if you get it. Ironically, Starcraft is currently in that bubble I just mentioned. It's been a while since our last Starcraft thing, and the interest is currently on a high after having been at a low. So this would be, unironically, a good time creatively to go ahead and start, announce a new Starcraft project. They won't, because Star Trek isn't a breadbasket or a money winner like other IPs are. Or worst, they would go worse, excuse me. They would go ahead and be like, yeah, so we're making a new Starcraft mobile game, and then I'd shoot myself on the spot, live on camera. We'll be rebroadcasting. I'll have the gun right here, and I'm like, okay, give me the Starcraft announcement. I'm ready. And they're like, yeah, Starcraft Rumble, and then we're done. Starcraft Immortal. Oh man. Yes, I am familiar with Star Trek Picard. Whoever asked that, I missed that. Wait, what theory, Magister?
We are under attack.
Really? Really? You're just irritating now, Alderis.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
Oh man, Warcraft Rumble's gonna be so bad. It's gonna be so bad. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it on the phone so I can give like actual opinion on it, and not just vague. It's a mobile game opinion. No, I'm gonna look into that. I'm gonna prove just how nonsense that crap is.
Instructions. Commencing.
Something about the takeover. Okay, so. But what is Microsoft taking over is probably a good thing for us. We have to kill Alderis. Okay, cool. We're not playing as Artanis and Zeratul, Nero says. We are playing as Rashagal. We limit the kind of resources we have access to, so we don't have some of the basic Protoss units, because we're only playing as Dark Templar. Done. There you go. Mission fixed. Obviously, there's some nitty-gritties that would have to be done to smooth out the details, but that's what I would do with it. And then, you know, when... Well, spoilers. When the Queen of Blades shows up in like 5 minutes, and she's like, ah ha ha, I was evil all along. I mean, it's kind of a duh thing, right? I guess it was already kind of a duh thing. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I legitimately think making StarCraft 3 an RTS is a mistake. I know that sounds so strange, but I stand by it completely. I feel like StarCraft needs to be fleshed out a bit more in a different direction first. And I feel like it's going to be inevitable that StarCraft 3, you know, an RTS, would be compared to StarCraft 2. And it's almost as inevitable it's not going to measure up. That's true, Dean Bedine, you're absolutely right. Oh, I like that, Nerzes. And yeah, Taquetta is absolutely correct. The kind of mission design I just posited would work substantially better in StarCraft 2. Go figure. Oh, that's it. We'll make StarCraft 3 with AI, bots. The story will be slightly more logical, though, so that'll be cool. I mean, 2 separate groups are making a stab at it, Terra, and I hate to sound like the pessimist here, but I don't think either of them are going to succeed. As absolutely bizarre as this may sound, at least one of the reasons I think both of the games, I can't think of the name of right now, Terra, help me out here, aren't going to be better than StarCraft 2 is threefold. There's 3 big reasons. Reason number 1, their financial side of things are a bit weird and a bit scummy, and that's never a good sign. Both of them, by the way, both of them. So that sucks. Problem number 2, both of them have been putting a pretty high focus on multiplayer competitive stuff, which is a complicated topic. And problem number 3 is that both of them have mentioned outright that their stated goal is to do StarCraft 2, but better. I know that sounds strange to say that, because that's obviously what they want to do, but in my opinion, if you set out to make StarCraft 2 but better, then you've probably already failed. What you should do is go out to make your game. Right? I know this. I don't really have any proof of this, but I believe that the mentality needs to be there. That your goal is not to one-up that thing, but just to make your thing, right? To make your game in the way that you want to make it for the reasons you want to make it. Focus on your game, not the game you're trying to surpass.
Instructions.
Maybe I'm just dulled from literal decades of games saying we're going to be such and such but better, which all failed, all of them. But that's kind of where I'm coming from on that. Yeah, how many Morrowind killers, Oblivion killers, WoW killers, Doom killers, StarCraft killers, frickin' Half-Life killers have we seen over the decades at this point? The moment you say it's going to be a such and such killer, or it's going to be better than such and such, is the moment I just kind of mentally go, yeah, okay. Yeah, Halo, another one. Halo killers. Guys. So, I don't want to sound like a gloomy Gus. Really. But you aren't showing me anything that's making me positively inclined towards your projects. Rant off. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
I'm waiting. Yes, that escuela must feel.
See, now you got me thinking, if anything that's ever stated it's going to be a such and such killer has ever succeeded. And that's the important part, because there have been such and such killers before. That's actually pretty common. Oh god, Rift. Rift is going to be the WoW killer. No. Yeah, I don't think any stated killers have been one. Oh, Wildstar. I liked Wildstar, too. Until it stopped. I know what you're thinking. Oh, you mean when it was canceled? No. Wildstar just stopped at a certain point. Actually, yeah, FF14 and Guild Wars 2, both of which are doing fine, both expressly were not trying to be WoW killers.
Your command.
That was a stated goal on behalf of the developers of both games.
Instructions.
Come on.
Instructions. We are under attack. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Your class. Commencing. Your command.
That's a good question, Geludo. I don't know. Jesus, Alderis. Alderis is like, I'll teach you to mock dragoons. Dare invite the wrath of the Kala by mocking dragoons. So I'll ask the crowd, what do you think? What's better? For a game to just suddenly kerplunk? Or for a game to die slowly but gracefully? Although now I'm finding myself thinking, is there such a thing as a game that's ever died slowly but gracefully? Yeah, Rashigal's just like, yes, yes, kill them all.
Your command. Affirmative. Commencing.
I guess several of the MMOs that are still going on maintenance mode could have been said to have died slowly, like Guild Wars 1, if you count that. First reminder, we are butchering civilians and refugees right now. I just want everyone to be aware of that. Even if you argue there's no Protoss civilians, which I don't have a strong argument against, that still leaves the we're butchering refugees from Ire. Oh, I agree completely, Tara. You may or may not have done... Kill the freaking carrier, you idiots. If you may or may not have noticed, I've already jotted down a potential negative for Rashigal. I really feel like she's actually a negative to the game. A negative to the narrative, just by her existence.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
She could and indeed should have been, frankly, a villain. She's not. That's kind of the problem. Yes, you're looking at one of them right now, Yura. This one, the Frost area, which we actually saw briefly earlier, and the Desert are the 3 new tile sets. Hey, it's Alderis, who's a Templar, which is funny if you think about it.
You didn't think I'd be caught so easily, did you, Executor? You have only destroyed a phantom.
So in case you thought I was being facetious about how easily this could be solved by a phone call, Alderis actually talks to us here. Just straight up. Anything you want to say, buddy? Anything you want to get off your chest? No? Okay.
Affirmative.
I mean, it could be a pre-recorded message, which could say, hey, listen, Rashigal's evil. Hey, Celindus, you idiot. But no.
Yes.
It's just a generic taunt.
Instructions.
I'm actually going out of my way to specifically get the illusion so you could hear the extra dialogue. Yeah, contact me at our previously agreed upon dead drop. That actually would have worked great. No joke. It's like, alright, listen, things are weird here. And Kerrigan's involved. Let's start setting up some security measures, some basic security measures, yeah? Hey look, it's a carrier with no interceptors. Also known as a paperweight.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
That's true, Aspros, and you're right.
Commencing. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Oh god.
Instructions.
There's a horrible thought. You know the best part? Please remember that at this point in time, the Protoss are in the red as far as a species. Like, we have just suffered a catastrophic loss of life, and the loss of our homeworld, and a huge chunk of our infrastructure. Yeah, the Protoss are approaching extinction level. They still have operatable capacity, but they're running out of the ability to replace their dead Protoss. Yeah, this is a societal collapse the Protoss are suffering through. Honestly, nowhere would be the answer, Valerian.
Your command.
Yeah, first time.
Your class. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Well, red light.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
I mean, the only reason the Eldar haven't died out is because that setting is built on status quo. I'm sorry.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Yes, I know. They finally started moving the story forward. Doesn't change my statement any. Oh my god, Hazardous. I hate you. I hate you so much. I want you to know that.
Carrier has arrived. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Your command.
Where's my carriers that I just lost? Yeah, you not joking, Hazardous? I'm sorry, I thought you were joking. No, Warhammer 40k was not involved in the creation of Starcraft in any way, shape, or form. Next question. We've actually covered that 3 times today, which is why I assumed you were joking. Also came up yesterday. Yeah, ignore Mr. Red. He's joking. He is being a troll, as is his wont. Do not take him seriously. Yeah. So, for the 4th time now, Warcraft 1, was originally going to be a pitch of a Warhammer game. Warhammer Fantasy game. There were issues. They had to file off the numbers right at the last minute. It's one of the biggest reasons why Warcraft 1 looks, feels, and in terms of lore, is so functionally different from Warcraft 2, because Warcraft 2 is, for all intents and purposes, the first Warcraft game.
Yet again, Executor, you destroy only a simulacrum of myself. You believe me to be a traitor, but it is you and the matriarch who will usher our race to oblivion.
Do you want to, like, clarify on that, Alderis? You want to add anything else to that? No? Yeah, Space Marines came from Starship Troopers, not from Warhammer 40k. I mean, Warcraft drifted off into its own thing pretty hard von Falkenstein. That doesn't surprise me that much. Like I said, even Warcraft 2 started really veering out of the Warhammer bubble. And the Warcraft 3 was officially... No, we're our own thing completely at this point. Yeah, I remember when they tried to copyright Space Marine. In fact, wasn't that one of the big impetuses for them calling them the Astartes, or Astartes, or whatever now?
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Astra Militarum, whatever the hell they freaking call it these days.
Your command. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
So, ready for stupid?
Finished, Judicator. Surrender your remaining forces and join us in eradicating the
Oh,
zone.
now we're saying join us.
Sooner die, Dark One, than tarnish the memory of Ire by joining with you. Your fate was sealed the moment your matriarch allied herself with the Queen of Blades. Those of us still loyal to Ire will never be slaves to Kerrigan and her broods.
Alderis, be reasonable. Kerrigan has changed. She no longer seeks to enslave anyone. Do not force us to destroy you.
You can no longer afford to be so naive, Artanis. While you were securing the crystals, I discovered that your matriarch has been harboring a dark secret. She has been manipulated by
We have no time for this.
What have you done?
I just cleaned up your mess, Protoss. Don't be so squeamish.
Wretched creature. This was our Protoss matter. You had no right to interfere. Be gone from this world. You are no longer welcome among us.
Fine. I've done what I came here to do. I've ensured the destruction of the renegade Cerebrits, and I used you to do it. Have fun, mighty Protoss. We'll be seeing each other again, real soon.
Negative to story. You realize we could have literally killed Kerrigan right there. I got a carrier fleet. I've got a fleet of carriers right over there. Can we just etch-a-sketch this right here? No? Anyways, I don't know if you know this, Dragul, but Space Marines came out 60... sorry, not Space Marines. Sorry. Starship Troopers came out 60 years ago, 1959. Apparently, though, it actually predates that. See, I thought Space Marine... Or, God, I keep doing that. I thought Starship Troopers was the origination of Space Marines, but apparently it goes all the way back to 1932. Who knew? This is such a dumb sequel. I mean, yeah, no, that's exactly right. Like, imagine if I'm like, listen, everyone, you have to understand, there's something terrible, horrible, and awful that I must tell you. It's so urgent that I get this information across. If I don't, the entire universe will be done forever. And it's this horrible, dark secret that I must tell you. You have to listen to me. Please, there's no time. I hate that trope. There's actually a term for it. It's called can't spit it out. I hate that crap. God damn it. Just... Listen, the cure for cancer is... God damn it. No, I think can't spit it out is the TV tropes term. I'm not sure. What really frustrates it, I mean, there's like 3 layers of frustration here. Frustration number 1 is the obvious one. Frustration number 2 is the fact that he actually has a chance to say, your matriarch has been harboring a dark secret. She has been manipulated by... Now, he gets cut off at that point, but already that is sufficient information to operate on. You know what? Yeah, I hate this so much. No and yes, and then no and yes, respectively. Aspros. See, let me think about this for just a second. Yeah, you know what? I agree. That cutscene by itself is worthy of two negatives. Sorry, not positives. The opposite of a positive. Oh man. Suppose I could type this all out while the next cutscene plays. The entire situation did get a negative. We gave that negative the moment we started the mission.
This entire chain of events has been masterminded by Kerrigan, and we played right into her hands.
Yes, we did, Artanis. Yet our course is set, nonetheless. Using the Temple's energies against the renegade Zerg may accomplish Kerrigan's aims, but it is still our only chance of survival.
And survive we will, my warriors. For too long have we labored in futile defense, as our enemies push us further and further away from victory. The time has come to let loose the full fury of our powers. Never again shall Shakuris be despoiled by the foul touch of alien species. These Zerg shall be the first to fall before us.
Matriarch, I have served you for many millennia. I have always valued your wisdom and strength. Yet, lately, in your mind, I have sensed something that clouds your true spirit. Though Kerrigan has gone, I wonder if her treachery still remains.
Be at ease, Zeratul. I am still the same Rashagal you have always known. These recent events have weighed heavily upon me, and I am wearied. But fear not. My warrior spirit will shine before you and light your path to victory.
Indeed.
The time for action is upon us. The crystals must be taken to the temple while the Zerg still muster their forces. I shall carry the Urash myself, while Zeratul handles the Calus.
Executor, you shall provide escort for Artanis and Zeratul as they make their way to the temple. God's willing, we will channel the energies of the Zelnaga and scour this world clean of the Zerg. Go now, my children, and know that the survival of our entire race depends upon your actions.
You know what? First of all, yeah, Zeratul has a tendency to over-exaggerate. I have borne witness to the deaths of entire realities. Yeah, sure, whatever, buddy. What irritates me the most about all of this is this could have been a really cool story, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I'm over-exaggerating it. But this could have been a not bad story. Because, reframe this slightly. Previous mission, while... So the previous... So first of all, pull a rejiggering a little bit. So, Zeratul and Artanis and Kerrigan go have a yawn attack, and then they go off. I don't know how Protoss yawn. Don't ask me. I don't know all the answers. They rush off, and they're like, okay, whoosh, and they go to the one planet to get the stupid crystal of whatever. Cool. Then the Alderis mission happens at the same time, with us playing as Rashagal. With a limited troop size, with limited forces, and we're like, aha, and now we'll go against Alderis. And like, don't even try to hide it as trying to do the good thing. She's just like, they are our oppressors. They have pushed against us. They must die. Blah, blah, blah. We kill Alderis. He's dead. Next mission, which is the current one. The trio have come back at this point. Kerrigan is actually amused at the death of Alderis. And have, I'd say, Zeratul snap at her for it. Yeah, Alderis is the voice of the Conclave. You remember what the Conclave did to us? Screw him. But no, have Alderis the whole time being like, we have been nothing but your allies. I am sorry. Like, I would honestly have Alderis show a bit of his character growth throughout the course of that minute as he's talking to us, basically trying to talk us down from butchering him. And maybe if we're really going into this, and we're just doing this in StarCraft 2, have a few tidbits and specific triggers where, like, as you're attacking, like, if you attack too many of their bases instead of just Alderis, some of your own troops, like, turncoat or flee the field. Like, I'm not doing this. I'm not killing my fellow Protoss. As Alderis is constantly like, stop, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what the Conclave did. I'm sorry for this. And have this whole thing until finally get to Alderis. Kill him. Or maybe not. But either way, kill him. Alderis like, The rest of the team come back from Frost Planet, right? And the UED blockade of stupid. They're like, okay, we're here. Where's Alderis? Oh, he's gone. But now the Zerg are running rampage over our world. And Alderis is currently doing some other thing to deal with. He stepped out for a smoke. Oh, that's a cool idea, Nero says. And then, so but we have no time. We need to get to this temple. And they're like, you're right. We have no time. We have to get to this temple. And so they don't really press the issue that much. But then after Rashagal leaves, Zeratul is like, Artanis, we need to have a talk. And just leave it at that. But basically get across the idea that Zeratul has picked up on the fact that Rashagal is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And then throughout the course... Yeah, they went to get lemon juice. they rub salt on their skin. And over the course of the upcoming mission, or as part of the ending, or maybe even like as tidbits in the upcoming missions where the Protoss have cameos, get across the idea of the fact that they have pretty much shoved Rashagal out of power because, or trying to, because she's trying to make herself up to be the new tyrant of the Protoss. And she's already being like brutally oppressive to anybody who had any connections, however vague, however faint, to the Conclave. And it becomes pretty clear to both, Artanis and Zeratul that she is a villain and associated with it. Now, I understand this would have to do a restructuring of the Zerg campaign to make that fit, but tell me that wouldn't work better. Just make Rashagal a villain. She is a wounded soul who has not let go of the pain of being exiled from her people, however many centuries ago it was, and she has decided to take advantage of this situation. And so she is. Don't even make her completely mwahaha evil, because that's not my inclination in general. Just make it so that she really, really wants to prune the branches. She wants to squeeze every single last one of those fruits that has, like I said, that has any connection to those who wronged her. Yeah, exactly. She was probably physically there for that. She personally remembers being kicked off her homeworld. That's an interesting idea, Dakota. And yeah, it gives her a relatable motive, too. We, the player, already kind of hate the Conclave. So we're actually kind of with her on that, right? But yeah, the Conclave is dead. I would even add a line really early on when we first hear from Rashagal. I would have a line where she's like, "Oh, you have come here." And Alderis is like, You remember when Alderis was actually pretty respectful toward her? And she says, "But you are not of the Conclave." Rather than saying it like that, I would restructure it a little bit so that she says, "Where is your Conclave?" And Alderis would say, "Matriarch, the Conclave is dead. They were consumed in the fires of ire." And then have Rashagal just be, oh, and just have a little bit of audible regret there. Like an audible, she's noticeably let down by the fact that the Conclave are dead. And so the player, the first time around, is thinking, oh no. But no, the actual thing is because she's disappointed that she didn't get to kill them. And so now she's got to get her revenge on, Conclave +1. Which is what she then does. Yeah, no, that's another thing. The Protoss and Shakuras probably have absolutely no idea of exactly how bad things have gotten back on Ire. Like, again, Starcraft 2 does the best job of really showcasing just how much Ire is turbo screwed. So anyways, Starcraft 3, right? But no, instead, we get these morons. Whatever. Let's do it. Final mission. This mission. This mission.
The Zerg will surely send all their legions to destroy. You must be prepared to protect the temple itself from the swarm.
You all.
Transmitted.
This base composition is bonkers. Not in a good way. I was gonna say, here's another mission that was redone in 2. There's a lot of that, isn't there? It's really weird because she's done like almost nothing voice acting wise. I looked it up.
I do this for ire.
Yeah, we'll talk more as we go. I don't want to sound too negative. I do have some capacity for joy in my dark and shriveled husk. Do I not have gas up there? Oh my god, they only gave me 1 geyser. You monsters. UED arguably has worse idiot balls. I agree with that completely. I really do think the UED is going to get its own little handful of negatives for some idiot balling, because what the crap? That bothered me the first time I played it. Going back through with analysis mode and actually thinking about it? What? Dugall and Stukov. We'll talk about Dugall and Stukov. Yeah, it's funny how common the headcanon theory is about Duran, which I will not spoil right now, but... yeah.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Not quite what I meant Nero says. But we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We'll get there.
I do this for Io. And Taro Adu.
I'm sorry, I didn't even catch it, Eternus. You mind repeating? Eternus says, I'd rather die! Oh, okay. I mean, far be it from me to, you know, prevent someone's death. I'd rather die. I know, Theodoricus, I know. I didn't have anything else at the time, so I kind of had to bring him out. Oh my god, that's right. Have fun. I do... Imagine if he'd said that during the previous mission. I mean, Zeratul wasn't in the previous mission, but imagine if he was like, I do this for ire. Stab, stab, stab. Alderis is like, why? Why? What I think Megsk's biggest mistake was... okay, so the spoiler thing he does in Heart of the Storm is the obvious answer there. It is when Megsk officially no-really grabs the idiot ball and just clings to it for dear life. There's a lot of idiot ball in this game. Because he was actually in a pretty good way after the end of Wings of Liberty. Or, sorry, Here's the Storm. Or no, Heart of the Swarm. Oh my god. I hate you, Blizzard. They have two games whose acronyms are HOTS. H-O-T-S. I hate them. Anyways, Megsk and the Dominion were actually pretty well off at the end of Wings of Liberty. And then he just decides to poke the bear as hard as possible. So that's the obvious answer. The problem is that's frankly bad writing. So I'm not sure if that really qualifies. So if we're to count the stuff that's a little bit better written about Megsk. Oh, I do, Huthor, but I don't want to get into specifics because we're not there yet and we are trying to not spoil. Other than that, it's New Gettysburg. Him selling out Tarsonis was a hell of a thing. And is the kind of thing he might have gotten away with if not for the fact that he then immediately lost Raynor and Kerrigan as well in the process. And Horner. And honestly, that was probably the thing. And the worst part is, and we already talked about this, he sold, because we can talk about this because this isn't spoilers, he sold out Kerrigan for the worst possible reason. In petty personal revenge for an act she doesn't even remember doing.
Upgrade complete.
And that was it. That was his big gain from all that. You guys are killing me. I'm trying really hard not to discuss future games. This happens every time we discuss a franchise. Someone's like, hey, what do you think of this thing that's going to happen like 3 days from now? And I'm like, well, could you ask me 3 days from now and not here? No! No, I want to know now! So I will speak in as unspoilery way as possible. I have no idea Type 3B is called it. I hope it will. Megsk going for revenge foolishly makes sense. The specifics of what he does are really dumb. And again, I'm not getting into specifics, because we're not there yet, and we're not going to spoil, but if you actually sit back and look at Mengsk's actions during Heart of the Swarm, it's actually the stupidest things he could possibly have done. I believe Mengsk poking the bear. I believe Mengsk having flaws. I don't believe him grabbing the idiot ball and clinging to it for dear life. There's a difference between Malfurion having a weak spot for his brother and what Mengsk does in Heart of the Swarm. In HOTS. Does anybody in this franchise have a brain? Horner? Unless he's playing poker, then not so much. Exactly, Eternus. He's like, no! Mamba! Mamba! My liege, what are you doing? And the worst... Oh, okay, no. You're getting me on topic, and I need to get right back off topic, because I just said I wasn't going to talk about it. Oh, by the way, the third stupidest thing Mengsk does... And we could debate if this is good... Oh, come on! We can debate if this is good writing or bad. Because he pulls a Stalinist purge on his own people. In Heart of the Swarm, actually.
Upgrade complete.
Which is... Yeah. Okay, now then. So, let's judge the Protoss as of Brood War, shall we? Let's see. So, new upgrades. We've got the Corsairs, obviously. We already kind of talked about the Corsairs. Hang on a sec. I thought we got more Brood War upgrades for Protoss. I guess not. Because Ultralisk, Zerg and Terrans both get a few different upgrades, which make them which make pre-existing units more useful. But do the Protoss not get any, or am I just stupid? It's okay. Be brutally honest. Lord knows I am. Corsair is a new unit, not an upgrade to an existing unit. It's true. I am boring. End stream. Just right there. I just cut off the stream, and I quit my career right there, on the spot. All because of Dark Day. No, the movement speed for Zealot was in the original. I really don't think there are any. But Dark Day said I'm boring. Dark Day has no reason to lie to me. Three units for every faction, I think. Yeah, no. Dark Templar, Corsairs, and Dark Archons.
Upgrade complete.
And then Medics, Valkyries, and I don't remember what else. And then Devourers, Lurkers, and I don't remember what else. Maybe it is only 2 each.
Carrier has arrived. You look at us.
You are lost, Oculus.
We are under attack.
favorite Warcraft 3 faction to play? This is actually relevant. In Reign of Chaos or in Frozen Throne? Because that changes the answer. In Reign of Chaos, it's humans. No question. I love the Mage Army. It is one of my favorite compositions, hard to pull off, and wonderful if you execute it.
Direct my wrath.
Your command.
Thing is, the Mage Army only works in Reign of Chaos because they added magic damage as a damage type in Frozen Throne, which just nerfs the hell out of the Mage Army. Might actually be why they did that. In fact, every faction had a Mage Army in Reign of Chaos, but the human one was priests and sorceresses with an Archmage. Enough said.
Upgrade complete.
In Frozen Throne, that's a lot trickier because I actually like all four factions pretty equally. However, if you put a gun to my head, I would probably go with the Night Elves.
Upgrade complete.
I love Night Elves buildings. I love their resource line and production. I've never used Night Elf invisibility to any significant effect. And Night Elves have some decent early game harassment and some good mid-game fun and some great late-game destruction.
We are under attack.
I don't remember Von Falkenstein. What did Frozen Throne give the Night Elves?
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Oh, thank God. Were the Chimeras new to Frozen Throne? I really don't remember. I do remember using Chimeras a lot. Okay, I'm just gonna let that happen.
It will be done.
Really? Okay. Yeah, I think you're right. I think the Protoss didn't get anything new in Brood, well, any new upgrades. So, Dark Templars, which we've actually already talked about, so I don't have anything new to add to that. I mean, Dark Templars are decent, but I don't think they deserve a positive or a negative, so that's Dark Templars. Then we have the Corsairs. Corsairs would be better in Starcraft 2. Simplest way I can put that. Corsairs aren't bad, though. Decent anti-air unit. Arguably a much better anti-air unit than the Scout. In fact, 150, 100 versus 275, 125. They also cost less food. The only downside of the Corsairs is they can't attack ground, but who freaking cares? So,
Your command?
and then the Dark Archons. We kind of already talked about the Dark Archons. They're a new caster unit who do two things. And, I mean, they're a caster unit. I don't really have much to add to that.
Honor guide me.
Did I not do the... Oh, God, you're right, I didn't. I gotta fix that, then. Hang on. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, apparently. Dark Templar.
What hand calls?
I mean... I've said it before, I think they kind of felt pigeonholed with the Protoss. They didn't want to make them too strong, so they made them too distended. The Protoss are exactly as good as they are bad, and not in a good way. And I stand by that. Dark Archon's ability to mind control is not exactly bad, and can be used to very good effect in the right circumstances. But...
I'm waiting.
They're caster in this game.
House.
That's true, Vorazun has Dark Templars. Okay, so.
Thoughts in chaos. We hear you. Must consume. Or oblivion will take us. Adun save me. Darkness overpowering. Thoughts in chaos.
There you go. There's their pissed sounds. They didn't even start with mind control, for God's sakes.
House carrier has arrived. You will look at us. Your command. You.
Listen, if Blizzard would make their thing non-European standard, or not European, words, region locked, we'd be fine.
We are under attack. Thoughts in chaos.
Since this guy's actually a waste of everything now, let's send him out to scout. Done. Go, my minion. Scout out the enemy. I know, right? It's not like there's any precedence for that with Starcraft 1. Jesus.
House. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
So, their games vary in region locking, which I know because Blizzard Sunday used to be a thing. So, for example, Overwatch allows just free whatever. You could just play Overwatch with whomever. Here's the Storm. I think you had to, like, select from the drop-down to make sure you were in the right region, but otherwise was fine. In StarCraft, I think you either lose progress or lose access, something like that. In World of Warcraft, you have to buy the game all over again in order to access another region. You effectively have to set up a different account for the different region. But I consider reviewing Hearthstone. No. I don't think that's worth anybody's time. Oh, excuse me, you're right. Also for HOTS, you lose progress. My bad. And D3. Sorry, I forgot you actually lost progress in D3 as well.
Affirmative.
So D3, HOTS, and you lose progress for WoW. Screw you. I don't actually know what the cross-regional stuff is for Warcraft. Diablo 2, I actually have no idea. But considering Diablo 2 Remaster came out after most of those games, it's probably a no-region locking situation. I don't know, though.
Your command?
D4 I don't care about.
Calus.
D4 doesn't exist. Yeah, like... So, you probably don't know this, Von Falkenstein, but actually... God... Really? Really?
Instructions.
Okay. Sure.
Instructions. Your command. My life for ire. My life for ire. Instructions. Your command. We are under attack. Affirmative.
Select the damn ship! I kept trying to get the carrier out of there. I couldn't select it in time.
Affirmative.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
I'm sorry, what, Terra? I don't understand the question. Pretend I'm very stupid, Terra. It's easy to do, because I am. Once you've got that in your mind, understand what you're asking me.
My life for ire.
Oh, chat brought it up. I mean, you guys can do whatever you want to. I have no power over that. Oh, no. Blizzard Sunday is very dead. Dead and gone. Although, it has more of a chance of coming back than the Ruminations do. Make of that what you will.
Warriors have engaged the enemy.
Nope, stop.
Thus I see. We are under attack.
Really? Okay. Hang on. And he's dead. Jesus Christ.
Calls. Thus I serve.
What the hell was I even talking about? Hearthstone. So, what are you doing?
Your warriors have engaged.
So Hearthstone came out, and I've actually been into a couple of CCGs over the years. Just a couple. Three of them total. Well, that sucks.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Those zealots are turbo dead.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
I thought about it, Hephaestus, but, I mean, why bother?
Have engaged the enemy. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
No, it's okay. I've been waiting for you, Von Falkenstein. So, the U.S. realms are the most populous realms in World of Warcraft. That's been true for a while. That includes the United States, Brazil, Latin America, and the oceanic realms, such as Australia and New Zealand. So, why can't you see the thing that's right there? God damn it, game. Could you stop targeting the egg? Oh my god, they're all focused targeting the egg. No wonder they weren't killing the goddamn sunken.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
24 million, Sassy Saddles. The EU realms, which is the British, French, German, Italian, Russian, and Spanish realms, total 22 million.
Warriors have engaged the enemy.
You've got to be kidding me.
Your command.
You just...
We are under attack.
Nope, nope, nope. Kill it. Kill it. Probe on drone action.
We are under attack. Instructions.
Yes, December of 2018, which is the last thing I have access to.
Affirmative.
Latest, excuse me. Latest thing I have access to.
Engage the enemy.
Unfortunately, otherwise, they're not exactly required to post their numbers, so who knows what it actually is now.
We are under attack. You all look at us.
Hearthstone. So Hearthstone came out. There were several CCGs I played back in the day. Obviously, Magic the Gathering is one of them. And I just lost my freaking probes. Could you stop for 5 seconds? Okay, okay. So, that's just... Magic the Gathering. But then there was also... What are you doing?! Magic the Gathering, the Star Trek one, and the Star Wars one. I actually tried a bunch of other ones, but none of them ever caught me. There was like a hacker deck one I don't remember the name of. There was like this weird art one, fantasy-based. I don't even remember the name of that one either. Anyways, so when Hearthstone came out, I was like, okay, CCG set within the Warcraft setting. That sounds like it has promise. I'm interested, you've got my attention, let's do it. So I started playing a little bit, and I was like, alright, so I'm not spending a penny on this game. Which I know is automatically the first problem, but of course I'm not spending any money on Hearthstone. In fact, I never have. So the first thing I saw was they did the daily thing. Where they're like, hey! And, oh god, I want to say it was like a week to buy a booster pack. Was what it was at launch, something like that. Like if you do your dailies every day. So I'm like, okay, sure. And I started playing with it. And you know what? I think Hearthstone is a better game than Magic the Gathering is. Like, if I were reviewing it, I think it would score better on the gameplay axis. I stand by that, by the way, completely. I enjoy the approach they use better. I like the fact that cards actually have health instead of stats or whatever. I like the fact that they have they can do a lot more interesting stuff with combos and subsequent effects, because if you do it in MTG, then you're going to be sitting there for like 10 minutes trying to figure out the exact order of the stack, stuff like that. Having said that, I do think Hearthstone does one thing substantially worse than Magic the Gathering, and that is the fact that the card balance is wrong. So Magic the Gathering wants you to keep buying cards. Of course they do. So not only do they keep coming up with new cards, but they keep invalidating old cards for tournament play. It's a really, really common technique. They actually have a term for it. I don't remember what it is right now. Don't ask me. That technique has served them well for many years, because it pretty much bakes in a reason for players to keep trying to get new stuff. No, not power creep. Magic the Gathering has had a bit of power creep over the years, but actually nowhere near as bad as what I was about to say, which is that's one of the biggest problems with Hearthstone. Hearthstone had very deliberately baked in power creep in order to... I hate everything. In order to try and force the players to constantly be buying the new stuff. Artanis, if you die here... Yeah, you just bail. Just bail, just bail, just bail, just bail. Leave the base to die. Leave the base to die. Get out of there. This freaking map, I swear to God. So Hearthstone was very, very designed to have power creep, specifically because they wanted you to abandon your old cards in order to keep buying new ones. It was part of the microtransaction cycle. So, pretty much by default, Hearthstone cards are actually less balanced, less well-balanced, I should say, than Magic the Gathering cards. That's obviously a huge problem and is one of my biggest issues with the game overall. My second biggest issue with Hearthstone boils down to how they approached their content. Because Hearthstone is, of course, focused entirely on the idea of competitive versus play, which I, of course, have absolutely no interest in whatsoever. But you see, there's this Warcraft CCG, which some of you probably don't even know existed, which I've played several times, which came out a while ago. And it was pretty cool. It was pretty neat. And one of the best things about it was it had a co-op mode, a full-on, no-really co-op concept called raiding. Which is exactly what it sounds like. It would be you and several of your friends fighting against a raid boss with your decks. It was awesome. I cannot overstate how much that revitalized my interest in CCGs. Hearthstone started doing that, and then stopped. Hearthstone had several actual honest-to-God campaigns and puzzle bosses and some other cool stuff, and it also had like some neat modes and some gimmicks and mutators and just all kinds of things that threw things completely into the nature, and it was great and I loved it. And then yeah, so. But I have fully walked away from Hearthstone. I really have no intention to ever install it again on my computer. I had it on my phone for a while, but that wasn't very, very fun. That's true, no one likes co-op. No one wants a co-op CCG. That would be insanity. Who would want that? What kind of lame loser moron would want that? I mean, you're right, Blade Travel. It is easier and cheaper to just let players fight each other than to bother to design raids and bosses and gimmicks and all kinds of cool stuff like that. Heroes of the Storm is the best MOBA I have ever played. I do not say that with any level of hyperbole or exaggeration. I am legitimately sad that Heroes of the Storm is a defunct and dead game for all intents and purposes. What makes a CCG good or well-designed? Unit cost, unit balance, preventative of creep, interesting and unique mechanics, fun lateral thinking, combos, and encouraging the player to really learn the format in order to try and build their own stuff. Deck building is a huge part of a good CCG. I actually have mentioned this before. I enjoy building decks in Magic the Gathering more than I enjoy playing Magic the Gathering. The odds of that happening, Ghost Rider, are in the negatives. With the amount of time I have in my life, or rather don't have, do you really think I'm going to randomly find myself in the mood to play some game that I haven't played in several years that has done everything in its power to push me out of it because I am not the target audience? Okay. We've successfully taken one base. Ready to move. Yeah, we're starting to run a little bit dry on resources. We're gonna plop these down. Scourge, of course there's Scourge. Of course there's Scourge. Why wouldn't there be Scourge? It's a map that has to have Scourge on it. You know, the best part is this mission also has a timer associated with it, which we haven't even started yet. Anyways, Heroes of the Storm. So why is Heroes of the Storm best MOBA I've ever played? A lot of little reasons. You could say there's some familiarity effect, and there is, but no. The reason why boils down to tremendous variability in unit design. Like, the heroes started off relatively basic, but then they added more and more and more really cool gimmicks and asymmetrical design in their units. They are all over the place. Map design. One of the things I find the most boring, and this ousts me here. The most boring thing I find in MOBAs is your typical 3-lane map. It's dull as dishwater, and I hate it. And anybody who knows how much that makes me a bit of an atypical MOBA player. There are still people who play Heroes of the Storm, but it's a dead game. All support and development has been pulled out of it. So, to explain this a little bit, the point for most players who actually like the dull as dishwater triple lane approach is they want it to be the same map all the time. They want to master that one map. They want to always know immediately and instantly what's going on, where, when, and how, because it's always the same map. That's the point, that's the purpose. And that's fine. It's the same reason why most competitive matches in a lot of games of all types, regardless of genre or whatever. Yep, that's cool. I'm just going to accept all those Scourge in my face. Tend to focus almost entirely on exactly one specific map. There's a reason why if you do a competitive map, you're almost always going to see, I don't know names, but X, Y, or Z map, right? Counter-Strike and that stupid dust place I can't think of the name of, right? Now, that's the opposite of what I want out of a MOBA. I don't want a perfectly balanced PvP map. I want something interesting and fun to do. D-Dust 2, that's the one. I like how you knew that. D-Dust 2. So yeah, I want something fun. I want something interesting and engaging and something that helps me go with that. Yeah, that's also why sports tends to have a specific style and approach to it. No, I know, you don't play for fun, you play to win, and that's fine. I'm not really speaking ill of it, as weird as that probably sounds. Oh yeah, Final Destination in Smash. There you go. That's actually a specific map that people will just play endlessly on because it's always the same thing and they always know what it's going to be. This is a really frustrating scenario here. I'm so tired of playing Protoss. I can't wait to not play Protoss in StarCraft 1 ever again. I'm looking forwards to that. That's not a joke. But I value map design. I like gimmicks. I like variety. I like things you can do on the map to change the dynamic of it. I like being able to come back if I'm having problems, which is another thing. Here's the Storm actually has quite a few comeback mechanics to allow you to pull back, so things don't just snowball too hard, which I'm totally with. So we've got map design, we've got unit design, and we've got comeback mechanics. I actually tried to get into League of Legends many times, Sassy Saddles. Like several individual times I've tried to get into League of Legends, and I've just failed at it every single time. Because it's not for me. Like it's focused on a different audience than I am, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But at a certain point, I just had to acknowledge, yeah, this isn't for me, They're trying to sell bras, and I don't need a bra, you know what I mean? So, there's one last thing that Heroes of the Storm does that I absolutely love, and it's the Scourge! It's these goddamn Scourge! God damn it! And that is the fact that just freaking Scourge. It's the fact that there is party experience instead of player experience. It's probably the biggest sea change that why did you, God damn it. It's probably the biggest sea change that Heroes of the Storm had compared to pretty much every other MOBA I'd ever played. And it changed the dynamic of how players played the maps. It suddenly made co-op, for lack of a better way to call it, a very viable and functional strategy that most players would involve, because there's no such thing as falling behind, there's no such thing as stealing a kill, there's no such thing as hogging, or feed. Well, I guess there's still feeding, but the point is, it made the game so much better. That one change made the game so much better. Yeah, it also allowed for a lot of support roles and backup roles, and which also then fed into both the unit design and the map design. So that one change is probably the single biggest reason why I think Heart of the Storm, and by that I mean Heroes of the Storm, HOTS, is really, really, really awesome. And I enjoyed the hell out of it. So then you asked me, have I ever played Battleforge? No, I don't think I've even heard of Battleforge. It was hot on the market. How did you know? Do you mind? Well, the AC series is only 2 games strong, but still, those 2 games are strong games. I think there's a lot we could say about just those 2. Okay, could you stop targeting? There you go. Stop targeting the eggs. I hate how the eggs have high priority on target. I really do. Larva do too. Just frustrating. Yeah, I'm just gonna let that happen. If there's only 2 Assassin's Creed games, then I've been doing something wrong over the years. Am I looking forward to the UED? You know, I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out when we get there. Clearly, I'm just anhedonic. That's just what's happening in my life at this point. I've gotten so old that I'm incapable of joy. Wait, there can be good Assassin's Creed games? Holy crap. Why didn't anybody tell me about this? Brown, I don't think we're knocking out Brown anytime soon, if memory serves. I could be misremembering, though. So, I am joking. I actually enjoy several Assassin's Creed games, but I think the Assassin's Creed series wouldn't review all that well if... You son of a bitch. If we really got down to it. AC1 would probably get a legitimately net negative score. AC2, I know a lot of people remember that fondly, but that's a pretty rough game. It is, in fact, a first game. And I think that it wouldn't score particularly well as well. Brotherhood, I think, would be kind of... I mean, they're starting to get some cool stuff, but it just doesn't have a lot of meat on the bones. I think that's the biggest flaw with Brotherhood, but it'd still probably do fine. I love Revelations. Revelations is legit, and I think Revelations would hold up. Then there would be Assassin's Creed 3. I didn't even see it, Tara. Oh, yeah, no, I think you're right, Tara. I think you're right about the one map thing. Although, I stand by my overall point because, you know, again, as someone pointed out in chat, there's a reason a football field is always X length with X lines at X points, and it's always the same, right? There's a reason why a basketball court has regulations for what it can be, and why a basketball field or baseball field is supposed to be X, Y, and Z, and so forth and so on. Anyways, so I'm going to say something extremely controversial here. I really like Assassin's Creed 4 a lot. I think it actually would review extremely well. I know. I know. Contain yourself, I know. Gonna be difficult. We can get through this. Yes, Black Flag. It's just Assassin's Creed 4 in my head. I don't even remember that it has a subtitle until someone says it. To be completely honest with you. Yeah, Assassin's Creed 3 is probably a very mid game, to be very blunt. We were talking about that earlier. We don't review a lot of mid games because most people don't have an interest in reviewing mid games for obvious reasons. Assassin's Creed 3 would probably be a pretty good example of a mid game. It probably would score right around 0. And that is what a mid game is. 0 on the dot. Way. Thanks. Appreciate you. Thoughts on Skull and Bones? More complicated than I could say in a minute. There's actually a lot that goes behind Skull and Bones, believe it or not. It's a mess. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Sassy Saddle, I agree with you. Mid-games are mid-games, right? That's why bother. So yeah, Assassin's Creed 4, great game. Probably the best Assassin's Creed game, even if it's the least Assassin's Creed game. That then leads us into Unity and Syndicate, which we've actually already reviewed. Neither of them reviewed particularly well. They were both kind of mid. I think Rogue, or whatever it was called, would be okay. I did forget about Rogue. I'll take ownership of that. I think Rogue would review okay. I think it would be another example of a mid game. Because he makes his own luck, you see. It's very important. You have to understand, he makes his own luck. Yeah, Rogue is kind of forgettable. Short but sweet. I don't think it would be bad, but again, I don't think it would be super high. Then we get to Origins. I think Assassin's Creed Origins, and I mean this with sincerity, would be the other... Here, why does? I think Assassin's Creed Origins would be the other high-scoring one, and I know that probably sounds weird, but I stand by that completely. Origins tried a few things, completely changed up the combat model, but did it in a way that really worked for me. I really enjoyed how the game didn't dive too deeply into RPG mechanics like Odyssey would later do, but still had RPG mechanics like completely different styles of attack based on what you have equipped. And I love the optional fights with the Calus or whatever the hell they were called. And I feel like they basically nailed the gameplay, for lack of a better word. I think the Eagle was actually a good addition to the game. I think the way that mounts worked, I think the way the combat works, I think the way the weapons and the kit worked. It was a really, really good gameplay game. Story kind of sucked, not gonna lie. The story kind of went in several ways. So, you know, no judgment there. Odyssey. Do you really want me to give you my honest opinion about Assassin's Creed Odyssey? Because I will. I quit Odyssey on day 5. And I always emphasize that because we've only quit a couple of games over the years of doing this. In fact, I think it's like 5 total. Something like that. It's not a huge list. I've never played Valhalla. But Odyssey, we managed to get through 5 days of that. That's not a short stream. For perspective, we're not yet on day 5 of this game. Yeah, that's not a short period of time. I earned the right to look at Odyssey and go, what the crap are you doing? Yeah, that's like, we were like 40 hours in, something like that. So, there is a proviso here. So, that's true, we were only doing 8-hour streams back then, so it's not as long as we do nowadays, that's fair. Oh yeah, people love Odyssey. Odyssey's great! Odyssey's so good now that they patched it. We played Odyssey at launch. So at launch, Odyssey was very, very deliberately grindy. And I do mean deliberately grindy. Quests and kills would give a minuscule amount of experience. And there was a bit of not quite level scaling going on. And gearing up. Like I said, they leaned into the RPG mechanics in a bad way. And, by the way, you could spend microtransactions. You could spend money, real money, on getting loot and experience. That really should explain everything about Odyssey that you need to, right there. Worse than that, though, I felt like Odyssey's combat just didn't gel in the same way that Origins did. Some of that comes down to encounter design and enemy design, but I stand by that statement. Oh, Jesus Christ, are you kidding me with this crap? Defilers! You just... Yeah, oh my god, Shadow of War, that's another one. Yeah, Odyssey also has way, way too much padding in it. And that lies in the problem. So you're probably noticing I haven't talked about the story of Odyssey at all, and that's because a lot of it was just kind of spinning wheels, right? The MSQ, or rather the 3 MSQs, because there are 3 of them, all kind of weren't really all that engaging. So that never caught me. There was no hook there. So that's problem number 1. Problem number 2 is most of the story was exactly what you're describing. It was just spinning wheels and being like, and putting Defiler frickin' plagues on my frickin' cannons. But it was mostly just kind of like, all right, you know, here we're just going to keep going and keep going and keep going. And do tasks. You know, just tasks. And you know my opinion on tasks. So, combine no real main story quest to speak of, side quests that weren't the kind of flavor and interest that side quests usually are, or I shouldn't say usually, but you know, that's what you expect from a side quest, right? You expect something to add a little meat on the bones to make them worth doing, you know, Oblivion, Lotro, that kind of a thing. Add on to that an extremely grindy experience, and then add on to that the fact that you just reached a point where you would just run into a wall of progress. Those of you who were present during the Odyssey run, you probably remember that one of the final encounters I did, I was trying to just progress the plot, and there was this woman who had 700,000 million billion trillion health. Or at least that's what it seemed, because she was so much higher level than me that I could only hit her, I could only do damage to her by doing an assassination attack. I had to sneak up on her and get a sneak kill. And I ran around for, I think, like 15 solid goddamned minutes fighting this woman. Doing a good job, I feel like adding. Like, actually thinking about it, using the terrain. Where there was, like, a broken down tower. So I would, like, get behind walls and get under the bush and then do it over and over and over and over again. And I assassinated her, like, 10 goddamn times. And then she got a hit on. She managed to hit me once, and then I died. Now, I know this is going to sound strange, but I didn't enjoy that experience. I know, it's shocking. And that was pretty much when I put that game down. And that's Odyssey. I obviously have not played, I don't even know the name of it, Mirage, and I obviously have not played Valhalla. So it actually doesn't work that way, Huthor. Actually, I have all bossed Elden Ring. In fact, that's after the Oblivion line, Sassy Saddles, so I have a current review of Elden Ring. As in, I can actually give an opinion on that. I have never played Liberation or any of the handheld games. I cannot give any opinions on any of that. No, Huthor, if you actually dig into the fine print, which of course I did, it boils down to, I don't even remember, it's some really weird legalese. It's like, you can stream on both, but you can't multicast, is the big thing. So I could stream on YouTube, as long as I'm not also at the same time streaming on Twitch. So the only viable answer here is to stream on one, and then the other, and then one, and then the other. Which is not as winning a strategy as it sounds. Like, imagine if I just, every VOD, it's like, okay, the morning VOD is Twitch, and then the evening VOD is on YouTube. Whoops. Now, if there's a development that happened today about that, then I haven't heard about that yet, because I know it's going to sound shocking, but I've been streaming. There are a lot of people who do dual casts. Do you know why they've been doing them, Von Falkenstein? There's actually two answers to this question. I'll be honest, I don't have a particular desire to stream on YouTube anyways. YouTube kind of sucks for streaming. I guess I could tolerate doing it. I'm not sure how I would keep up with chat. I'd have to figure something out, because I haven't thought about it. I'd have to get some kind of, like, that would be a tech question, is figuring out how to pay attention to chat on both sides. No, Nero's ass. Twitch is better than YouTube for streaming top to bottom. Now, that may or may not be true from your end, but it is certainly true from my end. Sweet, Huthor! Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, no, I remember the TOS change, which went into account a few weeks ago, specifically does not allow for multicasting to YouTube. But you're probably wondering, well, hang on. Then how are there people who do dual casting on YouTube and Twitch? Well, that's actually obvious, really. Think about it for 5 seconds. Because it's the Scourge! It's the Scourge! It's just the Scourge! It's just Scourge and Defilers! This whole map is just Scourge and Defilers! Look at them! Look at them! Look at them all! I hate everything! Alright, what was I saying? There's two reasons. One, people who are so small that nobody cares. In other words, if they ever got caught, they'd probably be in trouble and risk losing their account, which actually does happen. But option two, which is the real answer here, is most large-scale streamers don't actually have the standard... They don't follow the standard TOS. They don't follow, like, the same rules that I do, because they have a custom contract written up just for them with Twitch. And those custom contracts often involve variances in what they can do and how they can do it. Yeah, Twitch really plays favorites. Not as much as YouTube does, but they certainly do it. So, yay. Yeah, they very much have VIP rules. If you are a big name on Twitch, they will bend over backwards to make sure that you are happy and still streaming on Twitch. What's funny is some people think there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe I'm a bit biased on that one. I don't know. Let's try to knock out some of this nonsense. Any more Scourge? You got any more, huh? I'm craving it. I'm craving it. I got a fever. And the only prescription is more Scourge. Aha! There they are! More Scourge. Oh yeah, no, there's totally other platforms, and they're definitely viable and feasible. I definitely wouldn't be completely torpedoing my career directly in the foot if I switched platforms right now. Unfortunately, I do like to be able to keep having food and shelter, so I'm kind of stuck on Twitch. Yeah, you notice I backed off a bit, you know, so I was to kind of let them do this nonsense. Focus on the frickin' overlords! Yeah, I'm going to be streaming on Facebook. God, this is just so boring. I just... You know what? I don't care. I don't care. Let's just get on with this. Can we please? Can we please just get on with this? I really, really, really want to stop playing as Protoss. I'm so bored. I am so bored. And I just realized that, you know what? I'm going to have to undo quite a bit of my map progress here in order to undo the mistakes I just made. And I did make mistakes. I was too slow. That's on me. Well, hopefully that actually turbo sucks. Holy crap, Eternus. I hope that works out as quickly as it can. I'm so sick of playing Protoss. It's okay, we'll get to Terrans and I'll have no fun there either. Yeah, we are over an hour into this mission, by the way. Like, I could reload before we did that previous attack and just be a little bit more specific about pushing into orange here. I can also ignore orange completely. That's an option. That's true, we'll have siege tanks. And medics. Yeah, I just realized. I suppose... Hang on. There's just... Don't worry about it, TSB. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Congrats, Nerazes. Well, the first thing I'd do is I'd give Warcraft 3 70,000 negatives for that era. I know we're supposed to focus on the micro, but holy crap. In fact, hang on a second. No. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, so you're not actually supposed to kill orange and brown. They're just supposed to be there harassing you the whole time. So I suppose this is my fault. I could have just gone after red and completely ignored orange and brown. Alright, hang on. Rewind before the cheats. We've got a little bit of minerals. Honestly, not as many as I'd like, but we've got a little. Let's grab you. Actually, let's grab you. That is correct, Uthor. Although, again, I mean, like, what's the point? That's just, as horrible as that sounds. I guess I shouldn't say that. It is within the realm of feasibility that there's a purpose in streaming to YouTube and Twitch simultaneously. I'm not sure if I agree with that, but there might be. Hollow Knight randomizer. Well, I mean, that's a Dark Souls randomizer, so that sounds like fun. You see, the problem is if I stream to YouTube, then I have to deal with the YouTube audience. You know where most of the negativity in my life comes from? Because I'll give you a hint, it's not Twitch. Like, just in general, or AC4 specifically, Oculus? Oh, I know. I've seen big streamers chat. In fact, I have seen a bikini streamers chat, which... I don't remember what she was doing. She was like... The channel... Like, the stream title was something along the lines of, I'm going to do jumping jacks in a bikini. Which, sure, whatever. But she was actually talking about something. And the chat was just absolutely spamming with people which were being exactly as rude and unkempt as whatever you're picturing right now. Saying, you know, get on with it, get to the bouncing. Show your jubblies, etc. Just nonsense. Just noise. I knew it, You're one of the Toxicos! That's a good question, Notzero. This is a timed mission. Did you know that? We haven't even started the timer yet. We need to get a lot of minerals and a lot of pylons going. Essentially right now, so... Listen, I will jibble my giblies for you. Just a minute, okay? I swear. Just patient with me. I mean... In the interest of fairness, I get that the point of those kind of streams isn't the chat. But as absolutely weird as that sounds, why not just disable the chat at that point? There's no point in the chat. They're not reading it. The chat can't even chat with itself. Especially in the big streams, where the chat is zooming by at Mach 57. So why bother? Just get rid of it. I'm just jumbling for every scourge on screen. There's Brown being a harasser, which is what Brown is supposed to do. Yeah, Brown and Orange. I wonder I've been having so many issues on this mission. I apologize. That is actually my fault. I've been focused on killing Brown and Orange, and I forgot that that's an insane thing to do. Like, you're really not supposed to be able to kill Brown and Orange in this mission. I mean, surely there's an option to make it so that the only chats that show up are ones that are money chats, right? Surely something that's cynical is something that's already a thing. Oh, yeah, speaking of which, let's go ahead and get some batteries going over here. Can I blame them for being dicks? Yes. Can I blame them for wanting her to show her jubblies? No. As much as I'd like to. Death to jubblies. Subs only is a thing, but not like... I don't remember what it's called. There's something that Twitch borrowed, or stole outright, from YouTube, which is where you spend money and it makes your chat highlighted, right? That's what I'm talking about, like donated money. Money comments. I don't know what they're freaking called. But I'm surprised there's no option to just make it so that that's the only chat that shows. Yeah, the super chat thing. Hype chat, that's what they call it. Dumb chat is more like it. No. You have to... Don't actually do it. I don't want you to give Twitch money, because it's like a stupid, like, 50% cut. But there is a Twitch version of hype chat, or super chat, or mega chat, or Mondo Ultra chat, or what the hell it is. Actually, I have Ect, although I don't know any details. Yeah, paper chat, exactly. I am astonished there's no paper chat. Because you know that people would just dive into that, especially for those kind of streams. And even if it's not those kind of streams, you know that the big streams would do that. You know what I love about this mission? Sorry to interrupt myself. I hate to talk about mission design really quickly here. But you notice how they give us this cracked terrain and this nice big open area over here? You know what I love about that? That cracked terrain means we can't build over there. So they pretty much force upon the player 2 vectors of entry that we cannot properly defend against. Thanks for that. Yeah, it's also not obvious. Like, you gotta do this in order to actually see that. I try not to be quite so judgmental, Ghost Rider, but I will admit that there are certain individual streamers, which I will not name right now, which have nothing but my ire. Because not only what you talked about, but, like, there's... Because of the same reason I hate the Avatar movies. You know, I think that's just pushed on you, Nero's ass. Hang on, let's double check. No, it does say protect the temple from the Zerg. There you go. you know. No, although he can... Asmongold can go directly to hell. I have nothing but ire for Asmongold. He is absolutely part of the problem. Screw him. No, I'm talking about someone else. Do I care enough about Avatar to hate it? Yes. Can I expand on why I don't like Asmongold? I kind of just said it. He's part of the problem. Death to Charlie. Who's Charlie? So... I want you to imagine for a second that you, right now, real life, I don't actually know who that is, PMTRX. I want you to imagine that your real life self has decided to go into something. God, I don't know. Hang on. I'm being distracted by a Zerg rush, by a harasser, who I can't do anything about but endure, which is irritating. Okay. What was I talking about? You've decided to go into making shirts. Okay, cool. So congratulations. Thing is, as you've decided to go into making shirts, you have, by coincidence, become really big, right? Congratulations, you've made it big. People are noticing you. You're getting sponsorships. They're actually inviting you to talk to Nike, you know, stuff like that. Cool, your life is big. You are now making a big splash, and you decide, in order to continue to further your career, for obvious reasons, you know, because you need to eat too, you decide to go ahead and make your shirts cheaper and more uncomfortable. And so you need to buy new shirts more often. You need to waste more money on constantly recycling your wardrobe. And just kind of making the shirts worse. Because you make so much money doing that, now other people start doing the same thing. Because they sense the trend that you are now establishing of producing something worse. Does that make sense? When you are someone like Asmongold, you have a reach. And when you have a reach, you have a responsibility. Yeah, exactly. They're only thinking about the... Oh, God, I have way too much Vespine. They're only thinking about the financial gains inherent to their job. They are not thinking about what they're doing to anything affected by their job. And again, the bigger you are, the more of an influence you have. And the problem almost in every single case is the fact that the people who tend to get big tend to... want to be bigger. They want to make more money. And so they do practices that make things worse in order to make more money, which makes other people follow them, making the whole cycle just kind of repeat, right? Like it just kind of cycles into itself. Feeds into itself is a better word for that, I think. Now, if you don't want to judge people like that, that's cool. I'm not interested in trying to preach. I hate people like that. Those people make the world a worse place, even if it's only in a small way. They demonstrably and objectively make the world a worse place for money. Screw them. So, what the hell was I talking about before we got off on that topic? I actually don't remember. Like, that came from somewhere. I think I need to get some, where's my dude? There they are. Ah! Believe it or not, Dark Day? No. I need so many more minerals. I'm trying to get going on here. Oh, right. God damn it. No, I was talking about how my mother's pestering me right now. Good afternoon, period. I hope you have fun at the birthday party, period. Going to eat any cake? Question mark. Way. Chat. That's what we were talking about. So I'm going to say something really, really controversial. You ready for this? More money is nice. Kidding me. More money is nice, but I've been at a place in my life where I could have made more money if I wanted to. And I know exactly what that... Gee, what? What? Where is this coming from? Okay, could you kill the frickin' Devourer, please? Thank you. What was I talking about? I've completely lost my train of thought with that. Money. Making money is actually easier than it sounds. I know that sounds absolutely bizarre to say it that way, but all you have to do is sacrifice your happiness, your livelihood, and your health. I know that sounds strange, but I mean that with total sincerity. The tools exist, and I was on the path to be in a very lucrative career in two separate directions when I was younger. And it was the expectation of most of my biological family that I was going to go into at least one of those career paths, especially the politician one I've told you about several times. I walked away from that, and for years upon years upon years, everybody told me that was a mistake. That I was an idiot and a fool for trying to not make money, for lack of a better way to put that. In fact, to this very day, my mother says it's the biggest mistake I ever made in my life. I should probably mention that I am not what you'd call super happy in my life. But I'm a lot happier than I would be if I was working the kind of jobs that were being pushed upon me when I was younger. This is all... I'm not trying to brag in any direction. I'm not trying to get all philosophically. I'm just trying to establish a point. The point I'm trying to establish is that if I wanted to make money, then I would. I would much rather have a life that I actually enjoy than make money. Now, what does any of this have to do with streaming? Well, obviously, I enjoy streaming quite a bit. But the point actually specifically is with Twitch chat, with chatting. If I wanted to be a big streamer, there's actually a non-zero chance that I could manage that if I really committed to it. If I really just decided to focus on that. The idea kind of is horrible to me for obvious reasons. But the biggest detriment would be I would completely lose access to chat. If you ever really, and I mean actually, paid attention to the big streamers' chats, right? Have you ever popped into someone who has 5,000, 10,000, or 20,000 people, and you've ever paid attention to that chat? What's the point of the chat at that point, right? And the answer is, of course, there is none. It's just noise. It's people shouting into the darkness. No judgment on them, really. That's their choice, and they can whatever that. But you get my point. I would completely lose any kind of chat interaction, which not only would I think cause me issues personally, because I'm an extremely social person, but I think would also demonstrably make the reviews worse. As we're sitting here doing this goddamn boring mission for an hour and 20 minutes, I don't think we would be in the same place with regards to giving this mission the negatives that it deserves, if not for the fact that I had other people's opinions and perspectives to check me and to give me other thoughts and other ideas. And not counting reloads. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If I really wanted to do non-interactive medium, I'd be a YouTuber. You'll notice I am not a YouTuber. Pump out more carriers. I can't afford to. We're actually pretty dry on minerals at the moment. I'm trying to fix that problem, but we've only really got the 2 mineral fields left. In fact, yep, this one is now dry completely. I believe you, Not Zero. I'd still rather stream, if that's okay with you. I mean, don't mistake me, I like making the rewrites. But that's about the extent of YouTube content from my perspective at this point. Rewrites in theaters. When's the theater coming back? Never. Theater has been completely supplanted by the rewrites. Okay, I think we're ready to go and pull the trigger on actually starting the timer. Oh yeah, also, can we stop doing the respect chat? I let it go for a second to let you guys just kind of chill on your own. You're not chilling on your own. Cool it. I should probably get Stargates up there, it just occurred to me. It's okay, we'll finish this mission right about when it's lunchtime.
I concur. The Urash is secured.
You address me.
At least the heroes are leaving the board.
It will be done. The Calus is secured.
Executor. Zeratul and I will begin to channel the temple's energies. You must prevent the Zerg from destroying the temple while we work. Adon be with you, Executor.
Yep. Now we've... Oh, it's only 15 minutes. Oh, sweet.
Carrier has arrived.
I don't like throwing out the baby with the dishwater. Or the bathwater, Sub-Zero. That's the answer to your question. I don't know what you mean by host the old ones myself, though. Unless you mean put it on my own server, in which case I know exactly what that would take, and that's a lot more of a thing than it sounds. We haven't even talked about the UED. We've introduced the UED, and, like, they're from Earth, which from the player's perspective, we know that there's a UED, and they're from Earth, and that's it. It's weird to think about.
We are under attack. Instructions. Go.
Oh, that's true. They're also French and Russian. Unlike the good old Southern boys.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Oh yeah, where's my other... I don't even know where they are. Oh, that's right. We're getting some German. They're just Europeans. The UED is Europe, okay? Terrans? I don't actually know. At least a couple of generations. God damn, Scourge.
We are under attack.
What the hell happened up there? I completely missed it.
Your warriors have engaged the
Yep,
enemy.
they come. The UED comes from the country of Europe. That's why Russians are in there.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Your command. Affirmative.
Yes, you can, you stupid probe. Yes, you can, you stupid probe. Lie to me, probe. You dex it. You dex it. I like it. Northern front's fine. Oh, God! No, actually, it is fine. It's probably my most solid front overall. I got a nice honeycomb going on up here. It's angled well enough that they're being pulled in.
Carrier has arrived.
Yeah, we're probably fine at this point. Knock on wood. In fact, hang on. Save. No reason.
Your command. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Commencing. Your command. No, we are under attack.
I mean, yeah, exactly, Nero says. They wanted to make sure the enemy has a beachhead.
We are under attack.
No. What's the EU been doing to go after Twitter? Act. I haven't heard about that at all. Although good on them if they do. Screw Twitter. Like, I am someone who is legitimately very in favor of the idea of Twitter. And I mean that. But God, the execution could go directly to hell. Twitter is the Psychonauts 1 of social media.
Your command. We are under attack. Instructions. Affirmative. We are under attack.
Guardians for days. Having trouble keeping up with all of them.
Your warriors have arrived. Carrier has arrived.
There's our food limit.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
You know a really minor thing that irritates me about this game? This affects Reavers and Carriers both. If they don't have any active Reavers or Interceptors, they actually cannot I-move. And if you don't understand the significance of that, I tend to A-move as like my normal moving policy. So I go to A-move, and then nothing happens because they can't. Then I have to remind myself, there's like this extra second of reminding myself that I have to just move in order to get them to go anywhere. Rich people think they can get away with a lot of things, and sometimes they're right, and sometimes they're wrong.
Instructions.
Oh, nice. Do you mind sharing a screenshot in Discord, Yura?
Affirmative. We are under attack. Your path. Affirmative. We are under attack.
I am going to give this mission a negative to gameplay. I do think it's a bit boring and a bit sloggy and a bit dull and a bit overbalanced in several directions. Which is, it's a weird combination. It's irritating and dull.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
But I am going to give it a positive. I know. I'm sorry. I have yet to see a mission I think is... Wait.
Instructions.
Give Artanas a friggin' carrier. There have been... there was a mission in Vanilla, which was in the running for double negatives, and nobody really answered me on if they agreed with that or not, so I just kind of let the matter lie. We're at 1 hour and 29 minutes now, yes. But I am going to give this game, this mission a positive for narrative.
Your command.
Because I think, better than pretty much anything else, this mission sells the idea of the swarm. You probably can't even tell, but there are units being spawned in constantly in all directions, which are just swarming in on us pretty much every, like, 15 to 30 seconds. There's also 2 colossally huge turbo AI cranked bases completely surrounding us with a ridiculous amount of resources at their back to just build for days. And it helps to emphasize, like, I feel like the hold the line mission, the hold the line part of it, is the good part of it, right? In fact, I could even argue that once we get to the hold the line part, that might even qualify as a positive to gameplay. It's just the lead up is not. I think I'm gonna talk myself into that. It was a Protoss mission. There's actually 2 Protoss missions. So first is the one in which you have to navigate a platform to go kidnap, arrest Tassadar as Artanas.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Affirmative.
No way, Devourers.
The channeling is complete. Withdraw our forces into the temple and brace yourself.
Okay, so hang on. So let's write down our thoughts before we forget. Yeah, I kind of ran out of uses for gas pretty quickly. That's on me. I'll accept that. I think it's going to be Warcraft Mobile, Warcraft Rumble, give us money. That's what I think there is. They'll probably talk about the current WoW expansion stuff, like the next patch stuff. They'll talk about Warcraft Rumble. They'll talk about esports, and that'll be it. They'll talk about Overwatch 2.5. We've deleted Overwatch 2. We're bringing out Overwatch 2.5. You gotta buy all this stuff again, and it's exactly the same game. Oh, they'll definitely talk about Diablo Immortal and Diablo 4, and I won't care about either. I'm not actually joking. I will cover BlizzCon this year, but I'm not expecting anything of interest to me personally. Diablo 4, which I've basically noped completely out of. Diablo Immortal, which can go directly to hell. Warcraft Rumble, which is a mobile game, enough said. And current expansion in WoW, which is, I mean, I'm already involved in that. That's what they're going to showcase. There's not going to be anything else. There's nothing to look forward to. That's it. Wait, what? I mean, that wasn't to me, Bladetable. Oh, there you go. You're talking about the always online thing. Valerian doesn't have very good internet, Bladetable. Not a very hard thing to presume because lots of people don't have very good internet. All right.
We are under attack.
Look at that kill number for just a second. In case you can't read that, that's 936 kills. Jesus. Loud. Notice how, once again, this cutscene sells the idea I've been telling you about, that Shakuras is just overrun completely by the Zerg at this point. We really don't have time for this. Protoss are photosynthetic, Valerian. I do love that explosion, even to this day. That's some great audiovisual design. Now, I talked about this during the lore run. It's not made super clear here, but the blast didn't just get rid of the Zerg. It blasted Shakuras into a desert. Notice the sand has changed color. And notice the water's gone. So yeah, that's a major geological upheaval to your home planet. Have fun! Yeah, it essentially glassed the planet. Look at it. I always kind of liked that. The idea that this kind of a turbo nuke super weapon would have such a cost associated with it appeals to me. Because, A, too often fiction will be like, hey, I've got this super weapon that just fixes everything. But B, it makes perfect sense. If you're going to shoot, I don't know, a giant red beam throughout the entire galaxy that kills every synthetic in the galaxy simultaneously, then surely that's going to have some kind of consequence and side effect, right? Not that I'm referencing anything in particular. See you around, Uthor. I suppose I should break early, so I will do that. I'll be back after lunch, everybody. And then we'll get on with it.